This is a regular meeting, and Ryan, would you please take a roll call?
Mayor Dame,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Zelinski, Councillor Townsley, Councillor Schmall, Councillor Weimer,
Here.
Councillor Schachter, Councillor Smith. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ryan. Do we have any agenda changes? We'll see none. Item 3, disclosure of any councillor conflict of interest for tonight. Also see none. Item 4 is citizens appearing before council and a council respond for items that are not on the agenda. And you guys know the drill. It's 3 minutes for you. Please raise your hand if you're interested in speaking. State your name and whether you live in city limits at the podium. Ms. Chase.
Sorry.
Oh, we have a list.
Lori Chase, Lori Chase,
You're right.
705 Cowden Drive. Good evening. Okay. Not deviating from my writing. Good evening, Mayor Dem and the rest of council. Thank you so much for all you do. I'm here to talk about our beautiful new park, North Landing, excuse me. I've had occasion to be there after dark since our gallery is located right next door. The lights are so bright, they can actually be blinding if you look anywhere near the direction. Most of my information comes from John C. Wells' planetarium article, Light Pollution, the Overuse and Misuse of Artificial Light at Night. I understand the intent is to keep people safe and perhaps discourage overnight camping. However, there's several concerns with lighting that is too bright and poorly directed. Light trespass is when unwanted light escapes from one property to another. Over illumination is excessive lighting where it is not needed. Light clutter is excessive or redundant groupings of lights that create confusion and discomfort. Studies show that artificial light can disrupt circadian rhythms and melatonin production in humans. The effects on wildlife can be equally disturbing, impacting, sorry, I'm out of breath, a little out of condition here, impacting migration, reproduction, feeding, and hunting. In this park, the glare from 18 lights is significant, bright enough that you can be momentarily blinded if you look towards them. I'm asking the city to consider a solution that balances safety with comfort and responsible lighting. My suggestion would be either illuminate every other light pole, dim the lights, adjust the fixtures so the light is directed more downward and where it's needed. This would make the park more enjoyable at night without sacrificing safety for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chase. Let's go through the list and then we'll respond to some of these comments. Mr. Berner.
Hi, I'm Doug Burns. Greetings all. I am a small business owner on 6th Street, and I've lived on 6th Street in the same apartment for 30 years now. And I just want to reiterate what Lori was saying. The lighting design there is, I think is really, really poor. It's what's known in the industry as light bombs. You basically it's just glaring, spots of light, and it makes it impossible to see basically see the face of somebody across the park, which is a safety issue, really. And I would refer everybody here to the Dark Sky Foundation. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but I was down in Santa Fe last fall and in the middle of the city, which is much bigger than this. And I walked outside and there were stars everywhere. And we don't have that here. And that's a shame. It really is. If there's any way to shade those lights, or, you shouldn't be able to see the source of the light. You should be able to see what the light is lighting, right? The pathway. But basically it's just a bombs of glare. It's not good design at all. And the other part of the Sixth Street looks great. I'm very happy with it as a business owner. The other thing was that, they put the plants right up next to the street there. So when people open their doors to get out of their cars, they step right on the plants. I mean, poor design, really poor design. The other thing is I would like to see the 2-hour parking signs, the actual real 2-hour parking signs go up as soon as possible. I sit in my store there and I watch people unload their cars and go to the pool and park there all day. That really hurts the businesses there. And in addition, I would like to have like maybe a couple of 30-minute or 1-hour parking spaces there just for people who want to come in and shop real quick and leave. Because people try to come to the liquor store or, go to the consignment shop or whatever, and they can't find a place to park because people are just parked there all day. So I know there are on both corners of Kevin's liquor store, Cooper's Liquors, there's 30-minute parking on both sides of the corner of his store. I'd like to see something like that for us too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Mr. Howder.
My name is David Hutter. I am North Glenwood resident. And I too want to reinforce what the two previous people said. The lighting is excessive and unnecessary. And it's not a good design solution. And I like what the gentleman just before me articulated and what the goal of lighting in that park should be, because I know there's considerations for safety, but this is way beyond that. And there's as long as I'm here and I have a few minutes, there's other problems with the reality of this park design. And I think it's flawed in many areas. For one thing, there's way too much fixed seating. It is not what you would call a green design. There's too much concrete. The fixed sitting and the way the concrete is articulated, it is rather than becoming a flexible public space, it is constricted. And I am very happy that we have this open space here, and I think it will improve over time. And I think one of the things over time that I would hope that the city would do is integrate this open space with the buildings that exist now and will be in the future, because that building or this area is going to be subject to so much redevelopment. And I'm thinking particularly of where they have now fenced in where the public restroom is going to be, which is to be a prefab restroom, which is, I don't know what the design is going to look like, but I look at that as being an interim solution, and the permanent solution should, I think, come from cooperation with the adjacent property owners and should probably be integrated into that building complex where the Arts Council is and the liquor store and everything, so that the open space, building a building in open space, it's not open space anymore. And that open space is so valuable, and over time, it's very, very important. And it's cluttered now, and much less than it could be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the public like to come forward? Comment tonight? We'll see none. I will close the public portion, bring it back to council. Do we have any responses to what we heard tonight? Go. I'll go again. Trying to remember how this works. I know, mic on. There you go.
Yeah,
Please.
so we don't disagree. We think that the lights could probably be better over there. We had a meeting at the Hotel Colorado last night, and it was something that we noticed. And so figure we'll work with parks and find out if maybe we can change the lighting to stop lighting, or if there's other solutions as far as just the lighting goes, perhaps.
Who are you looking to?
I'm looking at Rod's reaction. I'm just I don't know, trying to read your face. Did you see?
We would be happy for in the park. There's been lots of work to make that park be able to work. And
there obviously are some things that could be done to improve the usability and ambience of that for folks. And safety is a concern too. So trying to find that balance, something.
Yeah, I know that was a big community concern about the loitering and not creating dark spaces that we're going to create an unsafe. So totally appreciate that. But maybe we can strike a little bit of balance.
You bet. Well, and just for your information, one of the things we've recently done, we had a meeting of various departments of the city coming together and talking about that space and how we might manage it and how we might use it. Whether it's food trucks and how often, to the benches and the need there to make some modifications to them. So we had good representation from most of the departments. And then we also had some discussion on it at the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission. So we're working on tweaking it to make it.
Awesome. That's so good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? We got Counselor Small.
I concur. I go by there frequently going to the pool, and those lights are really bright. But I also appreciate the desire for them to be bright at times. That can probably be modified and fixed somehow, and probably should be. I'll follow up on the other comment about design and the parking. The plantings adjacent to the parallel parking right now are interfering with cars opening their doors. And those plants are going to get, when they grow up, it's going to be 10 times the problem. And then people are going to park halfway in the street that's only half a street to begin with. So that's another thing to be looking at as we try to improve what we've started with there.
Thank you. Counselor Townsley.
That's exactly where I was going with it too. Is, I think the park is awesome. It's got some issues that, probably more readily apparent after the fact than before the fact. So I think it sounds like everybody's kind of on the same line here. We take a look at the lighting. I've noticed the same thing because I park over there occasionally, and you do, it's like, okay, the plants are right there when you step out. So then you tend to park a little further out and it's already too far out. The other thing is I think the idea of possibly shortening some time slots in some of those parking spots would be good. It appears to me there's somebody living in a white van over there. So maybe we could have code enforcement take a look at maybe just hitting that street a little more often. And like I say, not making it a permanent parking spot for a couple people that may be living out there. So awesome.
Thank
I think
you.
this is great feedback. I think it's something we can get to where it works for everybody.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we'll see none. Thank you. Counselor Smith.
Thank you. I too strongly concur with the comments about the lighting at North Landing and with comments from colleagues here. In part because it's just too darn bright. It's just jarring, but also in large part because of safety concerns. One of the principles we learned when the lighting ordinance for the city was crafted ages ago is that it's important to illuminate what you want to see. And in this instance, in many instances, it's the danger you want to illuminate. If I walk through there and there's a prowler or an attacker on the other side of one of those globes, I can't see them. I can't avoid them. So specifically for safety, I think it's important to tone those down and redirect the light and not have it direct in anybody's eyes. Meanwhile, in addition to those kind of subjective or observational considerations, my amateur reading of the current lighting ordinance is just those fixtures are plain out of compliance with the lighting ordinance. So that may be a place to start in terms of investigating retrofits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See nobody else. Yeah, the lights, they've been covered. I agree. I was blinded last night, so I'm like, we got to do something. So I agree. Thank you, Director Tarullo, for bringing us a solution or working on a solution. But I'd like to call on City Engineer Ryan Gordon, if I may, quick, to see if you could give us a quick update on the parking signs. I assume that goes to engineering.
Yeah, good evening, council. Yeah, Ryan Gordon, city engineer. Yeah, so the parking signs are in my purview. And so, yeah, we're working to get those up. I think the suggestion of some short-term parking makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think our goal is to have some amount of turnover. I think the locations that they're talking about do make a lot of sense. I know we spoke to the gentleman who owns the bike shop as well, but expressing some interest in getting some short-term parking that's kind of the Suvilla side. So I think it's something that we can make work.
Do you have some sort of a timeline when we can expect the sign?
I don't. I will reconvene Monday morning with my crew and see what's going on, and can get something up relatively quickly here.
Okay, excellent.
We are lucky we don't have a ton of snow for putting signs in the ground, so we can probably get that done sooner rather than later.
Awesome. Thank you, Ryan.
Betcha.
I hope this helps. I hope you kind of heard what you wanted to hear. I think we have some solution for the area. With that, we'll move on to council announcements. Mayor Pro Tem Solinsky.
So the airport, the KGWS Municipal Airport, is having its annual meeting the evening of January 22nd at Mortgage Commons, and that will be at 5:30 p.m. That is for members, but it's also open to the public. If you're an interested party, you want to become a member, it'd be a great place to come. And then I just want to invite all concerned residents of the city of Glenwood Springs to come to our first annual State of the City. That will be on January 31st at Mortgage Commons. That will be also at 5:30 p.m. You can RSVP, and if you go to the city website, the cogs.us, you'll see it there. Would love to see as much interest in that as possible.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any announcements? Let's see, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Historic Preservation Commission met last Monday on January 12th. They are beginning to develop a list of potential buildings of note. And that's an official.
Buildings of merit.
Buildings of
Structures
merit.
of merit. That's it. Structures of merit.
As kind of an interim step toward historic recognitions. There is a state conference about historic preservation coming up in February, and at least staff and a member or two of the commission will attend, so we'll learn even more from other communities. The Transportation Commission met on January 6th. They are continuing their preparation of what they meant in long ago recommendations. Here, before city invests in bike share networks, be sure that the bicycling infrastructure is ready for it, was basically what they recommended. They are now filling in the gaps, backfilling on that, on what they mean of a list of particular gaps and improvements that they think will be needed to cross that threshold. They also just resolved to take up a more deliberate and systematic discussion of trail safety policies, including measures related to electric assist bicycles. As more increasing incidents, but lots of complaints about variable speeds and weight and such of vehicles. So they're gonna tackle that. I think they'll probably confer with Parks and Rec Commission as well. But they're starting that off. So I thought that was a good initiative. Workforce Housing Advisory Board met on January 13th. Had a guest speaker from the Housing Coalition, West Mountain Housing Coalition. April Long was there and talked extensively about their initiatives as a coalition and how the city's own programs in general on housing and workforce housing money in particular can tie in with that. Overlapping with the visit with Ms. Long, and as a continuing agenda item for that board, there was discussion of finding ways to transfer some of the workforce housing funding into a revolving loan fund. There's some kind of procedural fiscal difficulties with that, but one possible solution is running that money through a contractor that knows how to do that so the city doesn't have to track those loans. They're coming back with more thoughts on that, which again, I think will be a creative help. The RAFTA board met on January 8th, and had kind of a summary of 2025 and anticipation of projects and potential budget adjustments in 2026. A couple of highlights were RAFTA ridership in general is trending down. Even though it made a recovery after everybody stayed off the bus during the plague, is now trending down again, even during the period of free fare of October, November. It's just a trend that persists and is a bit troubling. Happily or otherwise, the hogback is the exception to that. Hogback continues to be popular and attract riders. And that brings a lot of workers to Glenwood Springs, so that seemed useful. RAFTA board also directed its staff to undertake a trail safety analysis related in particular to e-bikes, but other multiple use interactions. So I think there's going to be some overlap between what the city and RAFTA do on that one, and I think that could be very productive. We were alerted to, at the RAFTA board meeting, to an emerging statewide ballot initiative that would require all CDOT, Colorado Department of Transportation funds that currently go to transit services be transferred to roads and roads construction and maintenance. So it's something that may be on the ballot. Of course, has RAFTA very concerned because they do some partnerships with CDOT, and some of that funding is important, as has the city. So it's something I would suggest that the city also keep on its legislative monitoring and its, or not the legislature so much, but issue monitoring. Garfield Clean Energy board will meet tomorrow for its bi-monthly meeting, general organization for the coming year, and updates on grant application programs, including one in which we're hoping to get some Glenwood Springs funding for solar electric retrofits on one of our buildings. So we'll get an update on that grant application. Colorado Mountain College Civics Initiative will launch on Monday, January 19th at 3 o'clock over at their place. This is their year-long emphasis on civic engagement and teaching people how to be active citizens. And I think it's going to be a neat partnership opportunity for the city, and I hope some of us can attend to learn about what they have in mind. Council members know this one, but I want to be sure the world knows that our landfill got recognized. The Glenwood Springs landfill was recognized in the 2025's summary report called State of Recycling and Composting in Colorado as one of the outstanding success stories, focused mainly on the yard waste diversion program that City Council approved, but also inherently recognizing the really creative work that goes on out there at the landfill. Finally, there is, only for city staff, but there is a city staff, all staff appreciation luncheon coming up. So that's not an invitation, but it's a neat thing. And I'm particularly pleased that Sarah at City Administration and Community Center staff have been working real hard with a couple of contractors such that this is going to be a zero waste event. There will be no trash. We are going to do a combination of recycling and composting for all the food and utensils and such. It's a really nice initiative, and it's also happens to be in keeping with the climate action plan that we discussed earlier under action item WM 1.4.1. We're now in the business of keeping the trash reduced for our own events. It's going to be kind of fun. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Smith, and we got Councillor Schachter.
Thank you. Just a quick update or amendment of what.
You pushed the button.
I did.
Yep.
I don't know. A quick update of what Councillor Smith just told us about the Workforce Housing Commission. Number one, it is no longer just the Workforce Housing Commission, albeit its title is the same. We remind the public we have merged it with housing, so it's a broader scope than just workforce housing, and we could use some applicants. But also just a note on the Regional Housing Coalition. We invested a fair amount of money in that without a guarantee that all the benefits would accrue to Glenwood Springs. It took a stretch. And we have had, as of, I think, next week, there will be 20 deed restricted placements for residents in the valley, 12 of which are Glenwood Springs address, 10 of which are actually in city limits, 2 just slightly outside of city limits. So it has been working extremely well on our behalf for a diversity of housing and permanently deed restricted housing in a more affordable range forever. So thank you.
Thanks for that addition.
Thank you for the info. Anybody else have announcements? No, we'll see none. Thank you. We'll move on to the consent agenda, and I'm entertaining a motion to move it forward. Mayor Pro Tem Zelinski.
I move to approve the consent agenda as written.
Thank you. We have a motion, and Councilor Weimer,
I'll second.
and a second. Any questions about the consent agenda? See none. Everybody in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? We'll see none. Motion passes unanimously.
I would
Thank
just
you.
like to take a moment to thank our 2 reapplicants. For arts and culture, we had Haley Harris and Nick Ward, and for tourism management, Kevin Kennedy. Appreciate you and your continued service to our city.
And we also have somebody for the Volunteer Firefighter Pension Board, and the name just eluded me. I'm so sorry. We're gonna look it up, and we're gonna mention you as well.
For crying out loud.
I know, before we head into,
Fat fingers, make everything hard. It is Leslie Ann Gallagher. We
excellent,
appreciate
Leslie
you
and
too.
Gallagher. Thank you very much. Thank you for mentioning that, Aaron. Moving on to our first actions and or presentations, and item 7 tonight is a funding request from CARE.
Okay, great, thanks. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us here tonight. My name is Wes. I'm the Executive Director of CARE, Colorado Animal Rescue. We're at 2801 County Road 114, outside of city limits, but serving Glenwood Springs. I came and spoke with you all briefly in October, just to let you know about this problem we're having with ongoing funding for the shelter. So tonight we're here to ask you for $7,500 to fund the shelter in 2026. This request comes after just not finding a solution that's working otherwise, having been a part of the Financial Advisory Board grants in the past years and denied in 2025. So just a little bit of information for you and some visuals to share. First is an image of a dog, Veronica, who arrived as a stray dog through the Glenwood PD to Red Hill in Carbondale, and then relocated to CARE after 2 weeks of not being reclaimed there at Red Hill. I stress this story because this is an example of how our resources at the shelter really benefit the whole community and the animals in our care. So Veronica needed medication for kennel stress. She needed behavior modification. She needed to be vaccinated and microchipped before she went into a home. So she was adopted and is living on Minter Ave in Glenwood. So she did spend 66 days at the shelter after originally being dropped off at Red Hill. So although the stray holding agreement with Red Hill serves us one purpose, a lot of those animals do end up back up at CARE. Just to briefly touch on the history of CARE, we were founded in 1992 as an all-volunteer organization, and then worked to identify property and build a shelter that served Glenwood Springs and Garfield County. For all of these years, we have served 30,000 animals, and we've been proud to say that we work for Glenwood. In 2022, that changed a little bit when our ask from the police department budget was a little bit more than the chief was comfortable with. That mistake came from the fact that I was trying to fund all of the work we do for the city under one relationship with the police department. And that wasn't necessarily fair to them either. So the per animal costs for a stray animal to arrive at the shelter through the PD are reasonable and affordable for the police department. But the animals that we serve outside of that contract is a large amount. So we'd love to say that we work for the city of Glenwood Springs again. It's a huge part of our mission to be essential to the community and a part of community health. In this picture, we've got some Glenwood Springs elementary students. We had over 20 school groups visit the shelter this year. They hung out with Hermione and went for a walk. Again, just part of what it means to have this community shelter that's really doing so much. This cat pictured here is Tofu. The police department doesn't usually work with cats. Cats all come to the shelter as citizen strays. Tofu was found by Glenwood Springs High School, was with us for 2 weeks, received a dental cleaning, vaccines, and a microchip before going into a new home. So the great thing is Tofu now has a microchip. We know who the owner is. When she shows up at the shelter, we get her back there next time. This list of items that we do at the shelter are important to consider. Socially conscious sheltering is signed into Colorado law as of 2021. An important part of that for the city to consider is that socially conscious sheltering includes serving the needs of the community. So we don't say that we're no kill. We make decisions based on what's right for our community. And that means that we do euthanize some animals. And that's something that's important for public safety. And these animals that are adopted out into the community should be considered safe for that. It is a very low number, and we're very proud to say that that is very few animals every year, but it's an important part of our work to help the community be safe. We also are a PACFA certified kennel space. So Colorado has licensing required through the state program to make sure that we are following all their guidelines. So we're clean enough, the animals are safe, they're also disease free. We meet a number of standards and have an annual inspection. The other thing that's unique to CARE is that we still are an open intake shelter. So we are taking owner surrendered pets from the community. We're able to keep a balance of the animals in our care so that somebody who's in crisis has a place to take their pet when their needs change. And that's important for public safety again, because that's just going to become a stray animal if there's nowhere to take it. So if someone's displaced from housing, which is happening quite a bit right now, and they can't find pet-friendly housing in the community, that animal arrives at CARE. If we weren't open to that, then it would probably become a stray animal or potentially a problem for the public. I won't read through that whole list, but feel free to chime in with any questions on that. I do want to get through this quickly. Our community programs are all funded through our fundraising initiatives. So the great part about participating in our shelter is that we do all this fundraising work and we create all of these programs that go above and beyond. So we have a pet food bank. We provide free microchips. We have low-cost vaccines. We're doing work to help people keep their pets as often as possible. Little man here was displaced after his owner committed suicide. He arrived with a dog sibling at the shelter after originally been taken to Red Hill. Little man was with us for 152 days. He had major allergy problems and was kind of a tough cat, but did find a new home. Emmy's pictured here. She's an example of an owner surrender. She was living near Glenwood Springs High School. The owner received numerous citations for her getting out of the yard and was causing problems. She arrived as a relinquished pet. She's still waiting for a home after 56 days. I'd love to run through these stats real quickly, just so you know. The last time we spoke, you all asked that I specify exactly which animals arrived at the shelter from within city limits. So all the animals listed here did arrive from within city limits. 60 stray pets, that's 31 dogs, 28 cats, and a bird. Owner surrendered pets, which are most important two categories for us to talk about, 54 owner surrendered pets, 25 dogs, 23 cats, and 6 exotic pets. We had 36 people from Glenwood participate in our own pet and low vaccine services. And then we did transfer in the 4 animals from Red Hill that had originally arrived there through the PD. So in total, out of our 924 animals served this past year, 154 of those had Glenwood Springs addresses. This guy is Sloan. He was a stray from Glenwood. He took quite a while to get adopted, 85 days, had arrived from a citizen and just never reclaimed. So unfortunately, that's the case for probably 50 to 60% of stray animals. Tonight, I really hope that we consider finding a way to fund the shelter long-term with the city. I don't think it's fair for that burden to be entirely on the police department. I also don't know that a granting program is the right place for our services. We consider this to be an essential service to the community. As you can see by these numbers, there's a need for it. Residents of Glenwood Springs are going to have animals, whether they get them from us or somewhere else. Those animals are going to cause some problems at some point. And we like to think that our work has really kept this a great city for pet owners and for animals who are displaced. So there is always a safe place for them to land. As long as we're here, there's not going to be a problem with stray animals in Glenwood Springs. We also ensure that there's not going to be feral cat colonies in Glenwood Springs, or that unsafe animals are adopted out into homes. Also, if there's a bite in the community, we are well-versed in a 10-day bite quarantine. We are well-versed in decision-making for euthanasia if that needs to happen. So the tough things that work for the city are what happened at the animal shelter. I'd love to be creative and find a solution for this. For right now, I'm asking for some funding for 2026 so that we can move forward with this work. I'll show you quickly that our budget for the shelter is huge, and we do a large amount of fundraising. About 55% of our budget is directly from donors, another 10% from grants. The county is still providing 27%. That's a big drop from where we were in the past. When I started this job 10 years ago, the county was funding half of our operating budget. But to keep up with rising costs and now decreased funding from the county, it's just important that we have participation from all the municipalities and that we keep this going as something that's just a sure thing. So I'd love to find a line item that can stay a part of the city budget or an accommodation for the police department budget to include the animal shelter. And that's it for our presentation. Big thank you from everybody. Again, we're asking for $7,500 this year. We anticipate that about 115 animals served as strays and owner surrenders would be covered under that amount of money. That dollar per pet is about $65 per animal that comes in through those two intakes. Happy to answer questions and available to work on this later or go into any topics needed.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you very much for the information. We'll start with Council Schachter.
Thank you. I'll have questions of Steve too, but first question, thank you very much. We had an episode this week that involved you very favorably. I'll comment on that later because it's not a question. But one question I have is, you have Garfield County listed. I don't see any neighboring towns listed besides ours. Could you explain or expand?
Yes. Newcastle is currently providing animal sheltering through Journey Home and Rifle. Okay. They currently don't have a budget to provide anything to care, and they're identifying Journey Home as their town shelter. We do work closely with Carbondale. We've been trying to recruit the Carbondale PD to start delivering strays to the shelter. I'm also putting forth an additional ask for them to find funding for the citizen strays that come from Carbondale. It is a slightly smaller number, so we hope that that's proportionate to the animals that are coming in. But they have been providing some grant funding between $2,000 and $4,000 the past few years. And that's in the grant section of our budget. I didn't identify that that was from Carbondale. I'm sorry.
Thank you. And may I ask Steve a question now at this point? Steve, should we allocate funds to care either on a one-off right now or eventually more ongoing? Where do you recommend the funds would come from?
So we have, we fund requests like this typically through grants in our A&I fund that are awarded through the Financial Advisory Board. If you guys wanted to grant funds to CARE or any other organization like this, it would have to come from our general fund.
And can it?
Yeah, you guys could direct me to give them funds from the city manager discretionary fund.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Schmal.
I've been to your facility. I've made some donations up there. It's a great facility. The services you provide are extraordinary.
Thank you.
I'm concerned about budgets altogether going forward, ours, yours, and others. What is your level of confidence that you're going to be able to continue to provide services if with our $7,500 contribution, should we make it?
My confidence is high. We have been diligently moving money into reserves for the past 10 years. That grew from about $250,000 in our reserve accounts to about $1 million right now. With our current operating budget, if we went back to basic services, we can be funded for up to 2 years on our reserves alone. So I hope that doesn't make us sound rich, but well prepared. We hope that that gives us that steady backing to know that we're going to be able to keep doing this work. And that's what that money is there for. Also, if there were ever a time that we needed to decrease services, the essential services that I talked about today, which are stray animal intake and owner surrendered pet housing, would be those that continue. If we had to decrease things, it would be some of the extra stuff that we fundraise for, such as low-cost vaccines or assistance with behavior. So I'm highly confident that we'd be able to keep those essential services going.
And I was impressed that the organization was started on a volunteer basis. How much of your staff now is still volunteer?
We have 250 active volunteers in our database. We just did our year-end calculations. I didn't bring the exact number with me, but we counted every volunteer hour at a $20 an hour rate, and it was about $20,000 worth of volunteer time through the year. 3,000 volunteer shifts that have been filled. And we rely on those people for helping with cleaning in the shelter, supporting animal transportation, and then hosting our events as well.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Townsley, please.
Question for you, Steve. If instead of doing this on a grant basis every year and doing something like that, but making a line item, would that also come from general fund, or where would you do if we said we wanted to make this an ongoing contribution?
So I think we would see this as kind of a public safety initiative, and that is funded through our general fund.
And then I would just say, again, coming to us with something where it's already over half funded by private donations and working that part of it, I think that's really good. Also, I think you said 16% of your animals were from Glenwood Springs and 1% of the budget's what you're asking for. I think maybe your ask is not enough.
I would lean that direction also. Our goal in 2022, when we were talking to the chief at that time, was to try to get that dollar amount to closer to $20,000 a year. Again, that was too much for the per animal costs for what comes through the PD, but
I think your service is excellent. Thanks.
thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Schachter, please.
Steve, refresh us on history. Was this a line item in our public safety budget at one time, or has it all come through FAB in the past? How is it?
So we've funded CARE in two ways in the past. One is through a financial advisory board grant that we have given them in the past, and the other is through a service, right? So we would take our animals that we found, strays and stuff, up to CARE. We've since chosen to use Red Hill in Carbondale instead of CARE, which is why that part of his funding has disappeared.
Thank you. Any other questions? Counselor Townsley.
What was just from a historical perspective, what was the amount of money that was going in prior to the Red Hill decision, and do we spend with Red Hill now?
We spend a little bit less now than we did before. I want to say that the line item that we put into the budget was, I think, $10,000.
Okay.
That was a budget plug, and I think that we paid as we went, as we dropped pets off at the facility, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's similar to what we're paying now.
It's fairly similar, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Smith.
Thank you. My physical questions already got asked and answered, so thank you for all of that. I have two curiosity questions. You spoke about voluntary surrenders, I think is the term you used. Do those tend to be temporary or people are giving them up for good?
Permanently, usually. There are some rare instances where someone's situation changes shortly after making that decision and they're able to reclaim their pet. But I would say 95% of those are a one-time surrender, and at that point, we seek a new home for the animal.
Thank you. What does the shelter have advice or views on open roaming cats that do have homes but are let loose outdoors? And do you relay that advice, whatever it is?
We
to
do.
clients?
We have a policy for our cats that are adopted from the shelter that they be indoor only. Our point of view is that that's the safest thing for the cat. Our concern is their well-being and community safety. So a cat who's kept inside is going to be kept safe from any disease exposure. Also will be safe from being killed by wildlife or ran over by a car. So you would think that stray dogs are a big issue, but there are more stray cats running around that people never find again. So our advice is that every cat adopted from the shelter stay indoor only.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Schmall, please.
How many of the stray dogs that are brought in are you able to identify an owner for?
It's somewhere between 40 and 60% that are returned to their owner. I think the number this year was 85 that were returned to their owner from Glenwood of the number that we took in. Might be off on the percentage.
And that's from your end. From our end, John, do we generally try to identify an owner if the department is picking up a dog to deliver somewhere?
Yes, we do. We use social media and we reach out to the both Red Hill and CARE to help facilitate reunification.
And are there charges that those owners incur due to their lack of responsible ownership?
Yes, there are.
And do those charges help offset his costs?
For us, so if we're receiving a stray animal right now, it's not coming directly from the police department, it's coming from a citizen. When we do identify the owner and they come to the shelter, we charge a $30 per day fee. We are not exceptionally strict about that. So if someone can't afford that, but they want their pet back, we try to make that happen because we don't want another homeless pet. But we do ask for a $30 a day boarding fee. And that is part of the rationale behind asking the city to find some funding, is that we'd hate to increase all of those costs for residents and pet owners to try to cover our costs, which is just be too much.
Understand completely. I always try to relay back the source of the cost to be the payee.
The bearer.
And I hate to see irresponsible pet owners cost the taxpayers money or your operation to go out of business.
Thank you. Counselor Schacht.
Thank you. I'm trying to understand some pet circulation here. Do we have a rough idea on, in general, how many pets we send to Red Hill and how many Red Hill pets end up at CARE? Do we know what happens there?
I don't know the exact amount that went to Red Hill before arriving at CARE. During our time with the police stray holding contract, that was between 10 and 15 dogs primarily a year. So if that number were true, we took in 4 that arrived from Red Hill in 2025. So somewhere around 40% of 10, but I'm not sure if we have the current number.
And is that roughly our count, 10 to 15 pets a year, John?
Yeah, so here.
All right.
So I'm just gonna make you lean over talking to Mike. It's your stats. Not mine.
Where's his mic?
I don't know. It's okay.
Uh,
I have a lot of books too.
We're trying to tell you something.
So in 2024, we sent 46 animals up to Red Hill and 64 in 2025. And it sounds like 4 went to care after not being able to find their owners.
You said 64 this year?
Correct. The last year.
64
Last year.
in 2025.
Yes.
And 4 to you?
Yeah.
Okay, thank
That's a
you.
much bigger number than I expected. We didn't see that number during our time with the contract, but something may have changed.
You good?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? My interest is, why did we change to Red Hill?
That was a business decision that was made 2 or 3 years ago, and I'm not really familiar with all of the variables, but I think that it had a little bit to do with cost. The travel was about as far. It's a little easier to get to in the winter because going up Spring Valley is tough.
Oh.
Our officers have to leave cell phone coverage for a little while, so there's a little bit of a safety issue there. So there were a number of things that went into that decision, but it wasn't anything against the service that CARE provides or who they are.
Okay, thank you.
I would add one more part of that was that in 2022, on behalf of our board of directors, I was trying to increase the amount that we were asking for. But again, we were really trying to compensate for the entirety of the work. And that wasn't necessarily just the animals coming through the police department. So
Right.
we'd love for that to be more reasonable for the PD to come straight to the shelter. But to hit a number that works for us, we needed more. So in that conversation, it did present as a lot for the police department to try to put in their budget.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you for all your information. Any other questions? Councillor Townsley?
Real quick question. Do you think you're gonna have any luck? And I'll get to why I'm asking this question a little bit. Do you think you'll have any luck with an ask from Carbondale?
I do. I feel like they've been generous in the grant that they've provided in the past. It's been a small amount, but I'd like to see an increase there. And we did have some positive conversations with the police department. Whether or not they choose to drive out of Carbondale to come up to the shelter is a big ask for them. So we may not be able to move the stray holding contract, but I do think we'll find some grant funding from them, and I will push for that.
Steve, you said discretionary fund, city manager discretionary fund. We have that every year, and I'm just curious, how did we do last year? Did we spend it all? How do we spend that usually?
We put $200,000 a year, I think, into that fund. And last year, in 2025, I think we ended up spending about $50,000 of that.
And it's January, so it's got to be, the coffers are full.
Well played, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, one more, Councillor Schachter.
Thank you. How often do we look at or have competing stray holding contracts?
We will look at all of our business relationships every year, as we go along. The last time that we really dug into it, I think, was probably in 2022.
And have you submitted a bid since then?
Just this year at the, in
Not at the
October.
FAB, but to the city as a contract?
I did share it with the police chief. We didn't get much traction on that communication, so I'm not sure how far that proposal went, but we did reduce that. And we do have the option to reduce that further if it makes it work. The perfect scenario is that all the animals arrive at the shelter and we can work from there.
Right.
I don't want to burden the police department with that entire ask for the financial part of it.
Okay, enough questions. Thank you very much to
Yeah,
everyone.
thank
Thanks
you
for
all.
being here.
Appreciate it.
Anybody from the public have any input on CARE and our funding, our possible funding? We'll see none. We'll bring it back to council. Entertaining a motion. I think I'm going to see a motion to see whether we want to fund this or not. So who's ready to do a motion? Councillor Townsley.
I want to get comment on this as well, but I'll go ahead and make the motion and we'll.
So
go
we
from there.
can comment, right?
I think this should be a line item budget that we do on a continual basis versus a one-time ask on here and continue to go through it. I think it's a service that if I look at, value for dollars, it's what the community gets out of it, not only from his graphs, but also just personal knowledge and having worked up there and seen in their operation. I think we're getting a huge amount of benefit for a very small ask of money. The other thing that I'd like to do is move motion that we give them the 7,500 they're asking for. And we agree to increase that if Carbondale will match it up to 15,000. And just give our people up in Carbondale a little bump like that. Maybe see if we can raise some more money for them by hitting a competitive streak.
All right, let me see if I heard this correctly. Your motion is to give them 7,500,
On an ongoing basis
On-
from the general fund.
7,500 for the request right now, but then you want to also move this onto the budget.
Correct.
That's all part of the motion. And then you would like to increase it by 7,500 bucks if Carbondale matches
Correct.
our contribution. Okay, that's the motion. Everybody understands? I think we do. Can I get a second for that? Council Schachter.
For discussion purposes, I will second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Let's start the discussion. Dave, you're still on, but I think, yeah, okay, thank you. Council Schachter.
I appreciate this, Dave. I'm not sure I want to quite go like that without some caveats. I'm still not sure that we should be funding. I'd like to see care. I contribute to them. I had a great episode the other day where we had a stray unidentified. We took it up to care. They identified the chip. They gave the owner a tag. Great experience. My point is, I'm not sure how to proceed with your motion without annual contracts between Red Hill or CARE. I'm not sure, if it's coming out of our public safety budget or wherever Steve finds it. If we have a bid from Red Hill more competitive than the bid from CARE, how do we rationalize that ongoing line item? I'd like to discuss that. And kind of go from that as far as discussion before I'm supportive of CARE, but I'm not sure from a business point of view, how do we deal with two entities that are bidding for the same service?
I think, can I go ahead and answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that
Hold on, you gotta get.
Well, I gotta find you. Where are you? There you are. There you go.
as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Red Hill's providing a service, we're paying for that service. What the gentleman's told us is that he's still providing a service to us, even though they don't have that contract with us, that they're taking quite a
To
few
others.
pets.
Yeah.
They're really providing a great service for the people of Glenwood Springs. We're going in and saying that, wow, you guys have raised it. We're 1% of their budget right now, and which we didn't give them. Their 16% of their cost is coming at least for 16% of their animals. The services they're providing way in excess of that. So I think that we should be stepping up to the plate, and Steve maybe can say, yeah, there's a better way to do this, and I'm not tied into doing it a certain way. I just wanted to get the motion out there. I just don't think that I think we should be supporting them at least for their ask and maybe more of that. And, if we can do something that maybe bumps one of our neighboring towns into helping too, then that gets them more money for their services. And so I'm open to changes in any way of forming it, but
I appreciate that perspective, and I was actually inclined to consider more than their ask anyway. I don't know how we would build into it that, or should we, or is separate that with this, if we're doing this annual funding, we also ask CARE to also compete or submit annually for the stray dog contract as well. So we have both of them as well, possibly bidding, and still find a way to do the grant for the general public service.
Councilor Schmal.
I support all of your motion, David, except the ongoing funding. I think we can encourage Steve to try to figure out a way to make it an ongoing process, but for the purposes of the motion tonight, I think that I support it for this year with the encouragement to go on.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I was gonna ask a question around that. Since the organization is outside of city limits, is that problematic for us to fund it as a budgetary item?
No, not necessarily.
I feel a little bit like I would like to agree with the budget with the motion for tonight, but pull the ongoing budget until we have a budget conversation for 2027. I think for 2026, we should fund it and then have a, you know, and maybe another presentation or another conversation for 2027.
Thank you. Counselor Weimer?
So I think I actually support the other half of the motion. You know, I'm sitting here thinking, you know, it's the first meeting of 2026 and we've got, you know, a great applicant coming forward asking for some money. And I think we're going to see this every meeting. And I'm trying to establish how I'm going to think about these requests in 2026 when there's no snow on the ground. We have no tourists. We have one run open at Sunlight. Aspen is 50% open. The federal, you know, the feds clamping down on the state and at Colorado State, Colorado local municipalities. I think it's going to be an incredibly difficult year for us fiscally, financially. I hate saying that. And I have 4 pets, 3 of them were rescues, right? And I'm happy to go home tonight and write you a check personally, right? To not 7,500, but you know, like, come on, help us out, right? Like, love to be able to, but like, this isn't about who I support or don't support. I think I'm trying to establish my own mental philosophy for the year. And I think I'm going to be almost always a no on these sorts of requests, at least until I personally feel better about things. The reason I support the other half is because I would love for us to figure out how in the budget to create space for these services at actually like at a higher level. Like, let's call it 25 grand or something like that. Like actually what the service is worth for us, but it's got to be part of the annual budgeting planning process, knowing that 25 grand is going to come at the expense of something else, right? And then we have to make that decision. So where I stand tonight is that I am going to vote no against the 7,500 one-time thing, but you know, my mindset is that I would encourage for us to figure out how to get that number up to something that makes sense, 25 grand, allow CARE to enter into the 2027 budgeting process and hopefully end up serving them much more responsibly than a 7,500 one-time thing.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Zelinski, please.
Yeah, so on the heels of that, I would like to offer a friendly amendment. I'd like to go back to just the ask of 7,500. And then put it on for consideration for the 2027 budget. Would you entertain my friendly amendment?
As long as we put it, if we relook at it, and I think we look at making this, because it's just like
Dave, give me the microphone, please.
Would you go to, since we're dickering, let's go to 10,000, because the dogs are going to show up there this year. They're not going to hold off for a year.
In my head, I thought about that. So I could live with that if that's an amendment that's reasonable to the seconder.
That would be.
And yeah, no more match, no.
And then we look
Yeah,
at, I think.
and then we just look at funding.
Like
it for the
Councilor Weimer
future.
said of going, let's participate in this issue on an ongoing budget basis. I think that's a great idea.
I agree.
Okay, thank you. So let me just restate the motion.
Yep.
So we're clear. At this point, the motion is to fund $10,000 out of the city manager's discretionary fund with nothing else.
You guys don't want to try to put the needle to Carbondale just a little bit.
What's that?
Never mind.
Never mind. Okay. So that's the motion. Will you amend your second, Councilor Schachter? Oh, I got to turn you on. Oh, there you go.
Sure, yes.
Okay, we
For
have
discussion's purpose.
a new motion and a second. Councilor Schachter.
I'm torn.
He's not on.
Yeah.
Stop pushing the button.
Well, you know, give me some senior respect. I am torn because of my affection for care and pets. What Councilor Weimer reminded me of and us of, we've been through this hoops and we said pretty adamantly that these one-offs are going to be pretty hard-nosed because we have the FAB process. And the FAB process, those apps are opening up, what, next month or this month? So I am a bit torn because it does put us in that dilemma. Which ones do we say yes to? Which ones do we say no to? Why did FAB turn them down? That's a whole different story. And we are entering we'll have a new budget process that we could consider it for our 2027 budget once we know a little foresight as to what is happening in 2026, if we don't know. So I won't commit my vote at this point, but I'm expressing my reservation in line of what Mitchell said and what we have said up here on the dais before about the whole FAB process. So it's a tough one. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Smith.
Thank you. Replaying from the tape, comments from Counselor Weimer and Counselor Schachter. I agree.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Zelinski.
Yeah, so I'm leaning into history. We did not, that's what the city manager's discretionary budget is for. We've used that judiciously in the past, and I believe we will continue to do so. This did go before FAB and they chose not to fund it. And so there is not another recourse right now. And so I feel like for the year of 2026, we don't have necessarily another vendor that would provide this service for our community. And I think we've all kind of expressed it as a high valued service. And so I feel like that's a good use of those funds at a level that I personally am comfortable with.
Thank you. Any other comments? See none. I'm fully in favor of funding care to almost any amount. I mean, within reason. But I'm also in favor of putting it in discussion or on discussion or on workshop when we do budget starting in July, I guess. I don't know why it can't be public safety, police. How do we increase the police budget to make it fit? I mean, that might be an ignorant question, but there's got to be a way.
Well, we have a line item for donations if we give something to another entity. So, I mean, conceivably, we could put it there in a future budget period.
Instead of taking out a general fund, which is always the issue, but I think we should definitely look at where we could pull it from when the time comes. So, with that, I will call for the question. Is everybody clear on the motion?
Restate it, please.
The motion is to fund care for $10,000 one time right now. And yeah, that's the motion. That's the motion.
Manager's discretionary fund?
From at this point, the manager's discretionary fund. That is correct.
With the understanding that we would look at that.
With the understanding that budget cycle comes around, we'll talk about what to do with it. I will call for the question.
Yes, Counselor Townsley. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Zelinski. Yes, Mayor Dame. No, Counselor Weimer. No, Counselor Schmall. No, Counselor Smith. Yes, Counselor Schachter. It passes 4-3.
Right, excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Good luck with your operation. You're providing a great service. Thank you. Okay, item 8, healthy beverage presentation. That would be you.
I can tee this up real quick, Mr. Mayor. Christine Dolan is here. She's the Nutrition Programs Manager for Garfield County Public Health. And she has been doing sort of the council meeting circuit recently in the Valley, talking about, sugary drinks, particularly for children and the dangers thereof. So we invited her in to give a brief presentation tonight.
Okay, thank you.
I looked around. Each time you go down, they will go down.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good evening. Thanks for the introduction. I work, as you mentioned, Garfield County Public Health. Just to kind of give you an overview of the work that I do, I'm the WICS program director for the county. And then I also work on maternal and child health. We have a produce to early childhood educator program so that we can give them some money or some produce to share with the children in their care and teach them about fruits and vegetables and the importance of that in their diet. Work with the senior congregate meals. One of my staff does the menus for those programs. Cooking Matters, so it's a nutrition and cooking program for low-income families, cooking on a budget. Part of the Mountain Coalition for Food and Nutrition Security. And so that is like public health and DHS from Pitkin, Eagle, Garfield, Lift Up, Valley Meals and more. And we work on food access issues. And then the thing that I'm talking about tonight is the Healthy Beverage Partnership. You should have gotten in an original packet, like a larger version of this project. So if you have questions of who our partners are, but we are the only, we are the only rural partner, and it's a lot of front range partners. So we are focusing on sugary beverages to try to reduce consumption, because just one sugary beverage a day increases your risk of heart disease by 33%, diabetes by 25%, too much weight for health by 55%, and kidney stones by 23%. Okay. So this is some local data, which is a little challenging to get, but it's part of the Healthy Kids survey. I just noticed where it says Roaring Fork High School, it should say high schools. So it's the Roaring Fork School District. And you can see from 2019, say to 2023, the rates of consumption of at least one soda in a week's time has increased. And this is sports drinks and energy drinks. So you can see across the board, it's a higher rate of consumption, and kids are shifting into purchasing those kind of items. Chronic disease rates and dental caries by municipality. Glenwood's not doing too bad. A little bit higher than the state average for obesity. And then the dental caries. And the thing about dental caries, there's not necessarily like a state average apples to apples, but the statistic is about 30% of kindergartners have some tooth decay. And these numbers here with that light blue line at a little above 30% would be high school and middle schoolers. Okay, so what to do? Part of the work I'm doing, implement public awareness campaigns. Like I said, working with childcare providers, different groups through the WIC program, and providing books about sugary beverages to kids and families, and doing presentations, things like that. So just trying to get the word out. And a few years ago, we did have some money and were able to purchase water bottle fillers for all the schools in the county. So they had at least one. And so trying to make water more accessible. Building on federal standards for sugary drink restrictions, like in schools, the vending machines are locked during the day and then they unlock them at the end of the day. There is some movement around, like in schools, like less sugary yogurts. And so taking a look at some of the products. So just trying to build off of those things. As you probably know, March 1st, if you receive food stamps, you will not be able to buy sodas, soft drinks, or sweetened drinks. And honestly, I could argue either side of that. But that's starting March 1st. And then restricting marketing and advertising of sugary drinks to children, youth, and low-income populations. I wrote it on a different piece of paper, but R.J. Reynolds owns like Hawaiian Punch, I think, and Philip Morris owns like one of the other ones. Maybe it's Kool-Aid, but so essentially they use the same marketing template for tobacco, and it's transferred to sugary beverages. I know it's been a while since we saw Fred Flintstone smoke a cigarette, but it's essentially the same thing, using characters kids are fond of to promote a product. So another option is increasing the price of sugary drinks through either tax or fees. What one of our partners are doing, well, a couple of our partners, one of our partners on the Front Range is Boulder, and as you probably know, they have a sugary beverage tax. And then another of our partners is trying to work through the process of applying a fee. And then that money collected from the sugary beverage fee decreases the consumption because people don't want to pay more. And the money goes to fund their food access work in their community. So for food banks and pantries and things like that. We have been working on is working with restaurants. It's called the Healthy Drinks and Kids Menus. And so if you go to a restaurant and they bundle a kid's meal, it's hamburger, french fries, and a drink, that the option that automatically comes with the meal, if they do bundle it, is a healthy option. So milk, water, like a seltzer, flavored seltzer or something like that. So that when the wait staff comes to the table, they're not offering those things first off. And so that's our goal, is to get 100% compliance. I've looked at and visited a few of the restaurants in Glenwood Springs, and most restaurants are very eager to either do the right thing or participate. So we're hoping that once we get a better idea of where we stand in the community, that potentially there'd be either a policy or some guidance with something behind it, so that there's a kind of an institutionalization of that idea of trying to do better by families, because they typically, people are eating out 4 to 5 times a week, and if a soda or even a lemonade is offered that many times, you start to run into problems. So basically that's what I have. I'm curious about feedback. You have questions, thoughts about like the taxation fees, kind of level of interest in what it would take to change some of the habits and purchasing and consumption of sugary drinks.
Okay, thank you very much. A lot of information. Back to council. Any questions? Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Christine. This is very helpful. And I think you answered the first question I noted this afternoon. These Roaring Fork High School, Roaring Fork Middle School, that includes Glenwood Springs
Yes.
High School,
yeah,
and Glenwood Springs Middle School, mixed in with all the others. I think I remember correctly that 8 or 10 years ago, our middle school and our high school either removed soft drink machines or at least upped the healthiness of the mix in the machines. Is that, do I remember that correctly? And is that a technique that helps?
So having options is helpful, but they are always are mixed, options in the machines. The machines are locked during the school day, so the kids can't have them, and they don't offer those things on what they call competitive foods. So it's like kind of the a la carte part of the lunchroom, where you could potentially buy something. You just needed one item. So you can't buy, but you can buy things like chocolate milk and juices. I'm honestly not sure if there's other things available, but my understanding is there would not be.
Okay, thanks. Looking at these numbers with our schools mixed in and seeing that the trend is to drink more, at least of the soda, the other drinks are kind of off the charts for everybody. Is there a target other than 0 sugary drinks per day?
Well, so if you look at different communities that have taken this on, if a beverage has 5 grams or more than 5 grams of sugar in it, it's considered a sugary beverage. So something that's sweetened to a lesser extent would still clear the bar.
Oh, so, okay, that answers a different question, which is helpful. So is your target measured in sugar total intake, or is it measured in number of cans of pop?
This chart? Say that
Yeah,
again.
this chart tells what's going on. What would you rather see that chart show?
So I guess if I was saying ideally, that kids wouldn't drink sugary drinks, doesn't seem like there's a real upside. Energy drinks, a lot of them are sugar-free,
Oh.
but because the kids are going for the caffeine instead. So let's see, I guess I would say, yeah, on occasion, on a special occasion. So I would say less than one a week would be a good goal. But the problem is that it's available so readily and it's relatively cheap. And, kids are the target. And as we all know, marketing is a hard thing to resist. We all buy and do things that we don't intend to because of what we don't even think through, but it's just some pressure from, rewarding ourselves, or there's some image that comes with the product. And, there's lots of reasons besides I'm thirsty, or I need some sugar, or I want some sugar, I guess.
Thank you. I'm asking these questions because I'm learning from colleagues, Councilor Schmall at the head of the line, to look for actions and results, cost and effect, cost and benefit. If we were to look at some of these options of taxation or price increases or other constraints, it seems that would be more tempting if we had a measure of success to look for.
So the expectation with like a fee or a tax is about a 30% drop in consumption. The challenge in someplace, so say Glenwood went ahead and did something that people would just go outside of Glenwood city limits and purchase whatever. It's, very similar to purchasing cigarettes. So really it's probably best instituted if there was something going to happen in a regional level.
Okay, thanks. In addition, last question, in addition to the remedies or the temperings that you suggest, what about that question of access? And I'm asking specifically for the city. Best I can tell, our community center is the one spot where we have sugary drinks open and available in a facility that serves a lot of young people.
And it's
Should
right,
we-
it
should we
used to be, it's right across from the entry.
And it's
to the
right next door to the
childcare.
daycare. Should we take that out? Should we change the content? Is that something the city could do?
I think these little kids probably hardly could reach to put their money in a machine like that, but every day they come out of childcare and there it is. And that is just part of their reality after a while, that, these labels, they recognize them, they want them, the big kids are getting them. So I think, yeah, putting them someplace else would be a great start.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Selinsky, please.
So in your measure, do you differentiate between like beverages that have natural sugar, like a fruit juice?
So in this work and in the Healthy Beverage Partnership, if we were doing a project or a program with the restaurants, we're saying don't offer juice. However, there is a difference. I mean, there's a few vitamins, minerals, there's some things that are at least healthier. However, you metabolize like a thing of juice and a thing of soda in the same way, and the problems become, a large dose of sugar in the form of a drink, that your body turns the excess into fat, and particularly around your abdomen, which is what leads to diabetes.
So I do understand that. I'm curious if you're proposing, if in a perfect world, if you were able to put your tax or fee or whatever on, would fruit juice?
No.
So this would just be
This is-
like
yeah. So it's basically like an added sugar, so not a naturally occurring sugar.
Got it. And with that, okay, so now we have beverages that are, like, you've got vitamin water that's, marketed as a sports drink, but really it's a pretty sugar bomb with a few electrolytes and vitamins in it. But then you've got, recharge, which is like the natural grocer's version of that. Do those get regulated the same?
I don't know. What I do know is, so the 5 gram level, and so most of those would have that, and it would have to be added sugar. So if it's if it's juice, it's not going to count towards the glucose or the sugar load in that beverage.
It just seems like very complex. And also is Glenwood Springs, are we the only open campus school? Cause I know they just
No,
walk
the
across.
kids, I have an office in Rifle too, and I see them come down the hill and go to
Yeah.
City Market, and my office is right on the corner, so I see what they buy and
Yeah.
go back.
So to Counselor Smith's point, I don't think the vending machines are the issue. They're not buying it at school. So do you have other areas that have adopted this sort of a structure to like reference to see if it really truly has changed behavior or if it has had any unintended consequences amongst the greater community?
So, I can pull data on like Boulder and the other county that I will not name because they haven't moved ahead with anything yet, to just see what they've come up with. The statistic that I'm familiar with is about a 30% drop. I've read in like various nations and things that it's less of a drop, but they are happy with the income generated from the fee because then they can use it for like medical conditions like dialysis or whatever medical things that people end up needing. So,
okay, I have comments.
Thank you. Any other questions? I guess this is a presentation, so it can be comments or questions because there's no action really needed, I don't think, in this item. So I think, well, maybe let's do this quick. Let's have the public give input if anybody's here for that item. I'll see none. We'll move on and then bring it back to us for comments or ways forward or however you guys want to structure this. It's fine with me. Mayor Pro Tem Zielinski.
I'm sorry, one more question you may have covered and I've just glossed over it, but alternative to a fee or an additional cost, because, we have just had our own public improvement sales tax that went on, and then now there's a childcare tax. And so I think we have fee fatigue, tax fatigue. Don't know that I could be supportive of adding that on, at least at this time. Is there any other alternative outreach, education, anything in the interim that is being done that can start to move this needle a little bit?
yeah, and I'm honestly not proposing a tax. I'm trying to get a sense in the community. So you're my last municipality tonight. And honestly, this is the best discussion as far as how that might work. Most of the time it's like, yeah, we're not doing that. And I'm just trying to get a sense, like, do we kind of push ahead on some of this work? The Mountain Coalition for Food Nutrition Security is, it's Lift Up, it's Valley Meals, it's organizations always in dire need of funding. And as the federal funds are diminished and state funding and even local, where do you look?
Right.
So in that case, I'm sorry, tell me again the rest of your question.
No, I was just curious because, like I said, I don't know that I can support adding any additional costs,
Yeah,
especially a family's food budget, and all other things aside, whether that's my job as a, community leader to dictate what people eat. I think that just on that basis alone, I don't know that I could support like adding a fee, but I would be in full support of supporting some sort of community outreach or education or, initiatives. I don't know, like something that you could do in the school, trying to encourage healthy habits.
And, that's work that we're doing, like with childcare providers. The schools, it's a little bit off limits just because they kind of have their hands full, and they do have rules.
Yeah.
But for us, I think the restaurants are probably, and that's where I've been putting most of my energy, and in talking to town and city councils, really just trying to get like a sense of what to do. It's obviously an issue.
Yeah.
I don't know that just doing education is going to solve anything, but
I was thinking about, okay, so, trying to get people to ride their bike to work or whatever, and then you have like, raffles or things like that where they can, I remember when I was a kid, reading so many books over summer break got me something at the library, or, like, I'm thinking of like things like that that can be done to kind of create, I think a little bit more of awareness, but also a call to action.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? We'll see none. Well, thank you very much for being here.
and I just want to add.
Oh.
Sorry.
Counselor
We have a couple of
Townsley.
partners besides McFinn's. The Dental Alliance does a lot of work for us. So they are in the schools, and when they're doing their dental exams, they're talking about this, and we have stickers and magnets and some swag for the kids. So, and then District 16's Family Resource Center, because are looking at things that was a higher consumption area.
Okay, thank you.
I somewhat hesitate to throw this out there, but because I think I'm follow through where everybody else would as far as taxing people on something or raising a fee on it. I don't think I like that idea, but maybe encouraging our politicians at a higher level to quit subsidizing corn syrup would be a great place to start. But then you're going to be against the drug companies that like the results of subsidizing corn syrup. So to me, that would be a great place to start, but I'm sure that may be out of our discussion tonight.
The most recent thing was to drink Coke with cane sugar. That was proposed instead of corn syrup, which wouldn't help anyone's health.
Taxpayers to cover the cost of corn syrup is probably not a great place to.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Weimer.
I like how that man thinks.
Yep.
Hawaiian Punch is owned by Keurig Dr. Pepper. Kool-Aid is owned by Kraft Heinz.
So I think if you go, because I've just looked this up this week, up the chain,
Those are parent companies.
they are.
Yes.
So whatever I saw this week, because I did look that up, it was RJ Reynolds and Philip Morris owned, like Tang was one of them. I don't know if you want to Google that one.
The power of the internet right here.
Fact checking in real time.
All right, well, while you look, any other comments or questions? We'll see none. Well, again, thank you very much for being here. It was very informative, raised some awareness, I think, at least on my end.
So we're hoping sometimes that this spring, the McFinn's, the Mountain Coalition for Nutrition Security, will have some kind of meeting, like a community meeting, and I'll send an invite if anyone's interested.
That sounds great.
Trying to figure out some sustainability for food access.
Awesome.
So
Thank you very much.
I have one.
Oh. Does that mean I have to drink water out of him?
If you don't, everyone's gonna know. That's why we're thinking clear.
Give it to Pete. Christine. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm okay as
I'll pass, thank you.
Save it for someone.
Yeah, but thank you.
I got it, we got it. We are all hooked up, but thank you for bringing them. Yeah.
Christine, I didn't want to be impolite, but now that I have permission, thank you. I have.
I choose water. It's kind of cute. It really is. So, all right, excellent. No. All right, well, thanks again. Moving into item 9, amendment to the Glenwood Downtown and Professional Service Agreement. And it looks like Lee is gonna inform us.
Yes.
Need help, Lee?
That's right. Okay. Yeah.
And this. Okay. Just a second. Wait for Mitchell.
We're here.
Okay.
Are you here?
Hi.
Excellent.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Lee Barger, transportation engineer, here to give you an update on our 2025 pilot program, Ride Glenwood on Demand, and to explain our amendment that we are proposing to the contract for next year's service. So just to get into ridership, started off back in May, and we're averaging close to 7,000 rides a day. Per month. We hit 8,300 back in October. We're seeing 43% shared rides and average wait time of 23 minutes.
Can I interrupt you quick?
Sure.
How does this stack up to what did you have any expectations? Did you have any?
We really weren't sure going in.
Yeah, I
We're
remember
just
that.
kind of comparing to what Carbondale and Basalt have been doing. And I believe Carbondale is around 8,000. So
Okay.
we're approaching where they're at. Basalt's more like 4,000 to 5,000 a month.
Okay.
So this is throughout the month of December. You can see the last day of the year, we had our second highest day of ridership, second to June 21st of Strawberry Days. And this bottom part shows our average wait times. This is something that is why we're asking for the amendment. So from May through August, we had 3 vehicles in service at all times, and we had a spare vehicle. After that, we decided our wait times are up around 30 minutes plus, which is longer than our fixed route that runs through town. So we added the 4th vehicle and put it in play for the peak times of the day. That added about $10,000 per month to the contract. This is our heat zone or heat map showing, prominent pickup areas. You can see downtown, you can see Hot Springs, Iron Mountain Hot Springs in the tram. I like to see these, that are further away from the main line, where people, South Glenwood, up here in North or West Glenwood, these are people that, were probably walking a ways to the bus, if that, and now they're taking this service. Also see, I guess in the drop-offs, you see a pretty good, amount of people down here in the neighborhood off Midland, which, had to walk half a mile or more to get to the courthouse to get to BRT or something like that. So those are good highlights. So destination tracking on the left here, you see this is City Market. This is our #1 spot. And when you push that button right there, that's what shows up. So for the month of December, we had 695 trips total to and from City Market. You see here, pickup and drop off locations are top 5. 4 of the 5 are shopping, Walmart, Target, Marshalls. And then we have 27th Street Station is a big hitter too. So that's good. Seeing this interface between the microtransit and RAFTA. See 12% of all trips are going to bus stops, not just 27th Street Station, but all the ones around town. And 2% of the trips are origin or destination is the Amtrak station. And what you're probably most interested in is the cost for the project. We had startup costs of about $46,000. May to August, as I said, we spent $83,000 a month for the service. We had some additional service with Strawberry Days in July in there, July 4th, where we just ran that 4th van for that time. September through December, there's that $10,000 increase per month. And then, so the total program cost for the 8 months was $755,000. And that equates to, with the $1 fee or with the $1
per ride equates to about $12 to $13 that we're paying for the ride. And next year's program cost is approaching 1.1 million. And that is, again, that's for all 12 months of service. So,
Does that include the fourth van?
and that includes, yes.
The
that's-
constant fourth van?
The constant fourth van.
Okay.
That they take out of service in the middle of the day when it's quieter, so they can get service on that vehicle if they need to. These vehicles do need service from time to time. Funding sources. So last year, we had a $400,000 grant from RAFTA that the city matched out of the bus tax fund. And then last year's fair revenue was about $50,000. This year we upped our grant with RAFTA and got an extra $123,000, which we will match. And if we keep this $1 fare, will be around $85,000 in fair revenue for the year. So that pays for roughly a month of service. And these are our two areas where we can find funding. We have some other ideas as well that I'll get to. Good news here, testimonials that I found. These are on the Ride Roaring Fork app in the App Store. You know, you're seeing use the app in Glenwood Springs. It was a great way to get around with kids and our mom who can't walk as much. Drivers were friendly. Corey and Thomas are my favorite drivers. I always feel comfortable and safe riding with them. So good reviews that we're getting. And the neat thing is we can, into the app, we can program in either a survey after the people get off. We can have them rate the ride after they get off. How many of you have ridden it?
Great.
Just me?
Five?
Okay.
Okay. Did you have shared rides? Did you have people on board? Were you by yourself? Okay, so a little of both, and that's kind of that's what we're seeing. So yeah, the plan ahead is to continue gathering data. We're going to revisit this $1 fare. That could be higher. I don't think it would change ridership if that were $2, maybe $3. $3 might be, but
Yeah.
$2, I think people would be fine with it. But we're going to look into that. Possibly through a rider survey in April and May. We're looking at partnering with some of these local businesses. So I'm going to be going to the tourism board next month and talking with a lot of them about, you know, can we get some sponsorships? Perhaps if we end up getting some new vans or a new van for next year, we'll put some sponsorships on the side. Probably continue with the, you know, this color scheme we have here because it's very eye-catching and people like seeing that around town. Comments, questions from you?
Thank you, Lee. Let's start with questions from Councillor Townsley.
A couple of quick questions for you. You know, I've seen you got the small vans and then the bigger van.
Yes.
Do we ever really, you know, since most of the time when I see people in them, it's, you know, a couple together or a couple of family, is there I assume the bigger van is more expensive to run. Would we be better served by having more smaller vans than a bigger van? Or does that actually get used in a particular case?
I think the next van we'd get would be just like the Sienna, the Toyota Sienna minivan. But I would run that by the downtowner folks because they can give me a lot more of, you know, how many times are we actually filling up these vans or more than 6 riders or, you know, whatever the minivan will hold, 5, I think. So.
And that's where I kind of, that same question made me wonder, because when I looked at it, I just did a rough figure as far as the cost per ride. I mean, kind of like a cab, if I put 2 people in the cab versus 3 people in the cab, it's still cost per ride as the car's getting from here to there. So our cost per ride is actually higher, even though we're moving maybe more people. But the other question I've got is, how is the money usually paid? Do we track how many people use a card, Apple Pay, cash?
Yeah, let's
A reason for asking
it's
that
how
is if we up the fee.
so it's how the ride is created. So through the rider app, it's we have 88% of the rides are created through the app. So that means you're logged in and your credit card is attached to that.
Okay. So there's not a lot of people paying.
11% call in and they're probably the ones paying. And then 1% flag them down.
Oh, you can flag them down?
Say that again?
You can flag them down?
You can. Yeah, if you see them nearby?
Well, that changes
Raise your
everything.
hand. Listen,
That changes. it.
caddy,
Oh,
Yeah.
did not know.
but have a
I thought
dollar
that
ready.
was rude if I did
Have a
that.
dollar ready, or let them know you're there.
Yeah, just wave the dollar.
And do most,
Flag them down to use your app.
Well, they use the app. The driver just puts it in. So, but yeah, you probably could. I don't know if that would just order another ride. So,
well, last question. Do
Yeah.
do the drivers get tipped?
they're not supposed to.
Okay.
Now they probably get tips from time to time, and I hear about it. But
That's not part of their compensation.
they can't solicit tips. There's no Venmo me up here kind of thing.
Okay.
Which they haven't asked me, and that's where I've heard about it. So, and they're not supposed to do it there.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Zelensky.
Oh, thank you. So in looking at wait times, if we had the higher capacity, since more shared rides, does that ever correlate to shorter wait times, or would it need to be an additional vehicle that would? make
Well,
that
once we
difference?
put the fourth vehicle in service, we saw those wait times drop a
Right.
little bit. So in the middle of the summer, before we did that, it was up above 30. And now
So-
we're back to like 27, 23, 25. I was checking it during work session, and it went anywhere from today, from 23 minutes for me to get from here to 27th Street Station, to 4 minutes to 32 minutes. So it really fluctuated, and
Got
it
it.
kind of just depends on when you get in the queue.
Ideally, I'd love to see like average wait time closer to 15 minutes. I
Sure.
think that would be something that people could, like plan around.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that looks like, but I'd be curious to see, once you have a little bit more analytics available. And then is this in any way starting to frame how we look at our like regular ride Glenwood routes?
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been monitoring the Meadows traffic, so everything that goes over the Meadows. And yeah, December, we had like almost 1,000 trips on this Ride Glenwood on demand going to the Meadows. I'm thinking that's a lot of shopping that went on in December.
Yeah.
The other months were like around 700 and 800. So it's a lot of trips that we're not, we may not need our loop out there.
And then I totally apologize. I don't know the Ride Glenwood route enough, but is there a regular Ride Glenwood bus that would go by like kind of the medical area? So like Valley View, GMA, like.
Yeah, not, we had that as an on-demand stop where you would have to call in a day before. If you wanted to go to the hospital on
Got it.
Ride Glenwood, the fixed route
The big
service,
bus.
and it would divert off of Grand. And we did away with that because we have this now.
Right.
We had about 3 other stops around town that were that way. The one over by the Volkswagen dealership, there was one down there that, you would just have to know a day before that you were going there
Right.
and make the call. So,
And even know that that was an option, because I would never know that.
yeah.
So I'm just curious if this is like, does it ever make sense to have like more regular routes to take pressure off on demand, or is that not?
We have, there's 3 rafter routes that come through town. There's the BRT,
Right.
the Hogback, and the Local Valley. And that's what I'm feeling like they must have capacity on there to handle our little bit of Ride Glenwood that loops around over there.
Yep.
So that might, cheapen that service for us a little bit, which we're trying to do because that service costs about 1.7, 1.8 million this year.
I'm so interested in trying to provide a enhanced local service
Mhm.
rather than just, really leaning into that commuter service, which I think they're both great, but I would like to see a little bit more of a shift. And so if we can start to get some data that, helps frame that conversation, I'd
Yeah.
be really excited to see
I think
that.
another thing we're looking at is the Local Valley could go that way and go across the bridge. It never used to go across the Grand Avenue Bridge because it used to get hit when the bridge was 9-foot lanes. And so RAFTA didn't send their buses that way, but we did with Ride Glenwood. And so that could be a change up where we have the Local Valley continue on and serve Highway 6 and 24, and we shorten Ride Glenwood altogether, or maybe do away with it.
So on that same vein, with the app, do you get like, the few times that I've used it to try and navigate to go someplace up valley, it would give me my different options. Does it do that with the local? So if I go to do the on demand, does it show me a fixed route bus that could also do that and the timing of that?
There's capability. We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
But we just got the map loaded and I think we're gonna get, they have trackers on the buses and we're gonna get those associated with it so that you can look and see where your bus is. You can also do this on the transit app.
Right.
You can find where the buses are or my Rapta's tracker.
Yep.
But that's something we want to get built into the app. So it's on its way.
So then you just like pull it up on your phone and you're like, okay, I need to get there and here's my 3 different options to
Yeah.
get there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a trip planner kind
Yeah,
of thing. is what
okay,
you got.
I think that's a great.
And they also
direction to
have
it.
the direction, like if a bus can take you on that same trip,
Yes,
they will tell you that in the app when you order up. If it's too long, they say you could also take this. So
awesome.
that's a capability that we're
Awesome. I
getting
think
into.
I think all those are great options. I think we're heading in the right direction, so thank you.
Counselor Schmal.
Hi, Lee.
Hey.
Remind me, was the original goal of this service to provide the final leg from the bus service to the home service or to the city market service? Wasn't that what we were trying to accomplish to
It's
begin with?
funded through that first last mile mobility grant. And so
Yeah.
that's really part of it. But also we had areas of town that didn't have any service at all. South Glenwood, Glenwood Park, North and West Glenwood areas. So that's the other bit of it was to serve the unserved areas of town with any kind of transit.
So I'm sorry, I didn't bring all of my notes, but it didn't look like South Glenwood was a particularly hot spot for pickup or drop off. It looked like it had a lot of activity, but not.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, it's not as dense housing is what I'd say. It's all single family homes over there. There are a few townhomes and such, but you're gonna see a much more hits in a denser spot.
And that's what I was seeing is if I was discerning the map properly, it was almost always near the multifamily housing complexes where the most usage came from.
Yeah, I mean, Six Canyons over here by Donegan is about a mile from a bus stop.
Yeah.
And that's seeing a lot of riders.
So, and what I saw remember seeing from the numbers is that really only about 14% of the rides from this service were actually bus stop to home, basically. So really it's a taxi service is what we're providing at $1 a ride instead of $14 a ride, which is what it costs us. 12 to 14, whatever your average came up. So I'd like to see you gather more information to be sure you're accomplishing the goal you set out to accomplish instead of just a taxi service that a commercial operator might operate on their own.
Sure. Yeah, and I think that's in the long term, that's how RAFTA is planning on divvying up the funding for the towns is to base it on your percentage of rides that are going to bus stops.
Preface all of your thinking on RAFTA not having any more funding and us not having any more funding. Because when the trickle down from the federal government gets to us, it's going to affect all of us. So.
And this grant program through RAFTA is only good for 3 years. Basalt's in their 4th year of it. They actually extended it for them. I know RAFTA is trying to find a way to fill this fund back up and keep it lasting. But all the communities are dealing with that.
Yeah.
We have another 2 years to really figure it all out.
Maybe maybe another 2 years. Yeah.
Counselor Schacht.
No, thank you, Lee. I just want to expand a little on Ray and get some information. So the grant, the matching grants are available 26 and 27 to our knowledge right now. And we're funding our portion from our bus tax.
Correct.
And that's also funding Ride Glenwood.
Correct.
And that's a couple $1 million a year roughly, rounding thereabouts. Okay, so is it fair to assume, as Counselor Schmall said, that hopefully not sooner, but no later than 2027, we may be on our own. And by that time, you'll have enough, hopefully, data to say we expand, we contract, we change our routes based on the information we have. Would that be
Yeah, I think
the objectives we set up?
it's going to be evolving over the next 2 years. And as I said, yeah, in May, we're really going to take our first yearly look at it and then see what else we can do. We could have dynamic pricing where it
Right.
costs you more to get all the way across town than just into town or something.
How much control do we locally have over the Ride Glenwood routes?
All of it.
100% on Ride Glenwood. is
On
that
Ride
correct?
Glenwood, yeah,
Yes.
we can tell
Okay.
RAPTA to, change
Okay,
it.
so we could send that wherever we choose,
We could.
depending on costs. And,
The cost of bus stops. I mean, that's basically.
and I've been a joyful rider. I mean, sometimes I've been charged for ride and take, but I also appreciate the fact if I'm coming from Up Valley down here, that BRT becomes local at that point. So I don't need our van service for my purposes. Others may, but I don't know. Again, that ties into Ride and the local, and maybe there's too much overlap between RAFTA local and something over the bridge would be good. Something else you just mentioned, did you say Six Canyon was how far from a bus stop?
It's about a mile from Traver Trail, and then there's the Elks bus stop over there, which is maybe not a mile, but it's only a one directional. It'll get you going that way.
Yeah,
And then you have to
so
loop back around and go. the
I
other
guess that would be something I'd be looking at when we have a high density apartment like that, and they did not have to do inclusionary, did they? Or did they have to do a parking adjustment? Usually we made those that they were near, I thought it was a quarter mile or less from a transit stop. So my question would be, what happened? I don't expect an answer right now, but that was one of our rationales.
Well, and we're working on a solution for that because the Elks, as I said, is only a one directional stop.
Right.
We want to bring that to Canyon Vista, the new approved. So that'll bring that closer to
So that's changing
that
Ride
whole
Glenwood.
area.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we could get a eastbound bus stop in that same area.
The only other thought I had is on the fees. Maybe, I don't know how you do it, but maybe we should not be asking the people that ride, but the people that don't ride. And I don't know how you do that. What keeps you from riding? And is there a price point that keeps you from riding, as well as, raising the fare to those who ride? But how do we find out why people aren't using it and what rate effects might have on them? I don't know how to do that, but we're talking about a bigger population than those that use it. So I'm wondering how we assess that.
Yeah, could be something we ask at the state of the city, maybe we have a little bit of that going on there.
Don't mention that to Brianna this week. Go ahead, thank you. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Question. Thank you. Thank you.
Counselor Weimer.
Thank you, Lee. So I can, just one data point, sort of attest that people are using this as a government supported taxi. My father-in-law works for one of the taxi companies in town, and their business is way down.
Their what?
Business is down, and it almost significantly, and it coincided pretty cleanly with us ramping up the Ride Glenwood. So why wouldn't you, right? So Lee, I think, we've touched on a little bit about the good work so far. Staying true to our original goals, right? Which was to understand where the need is so that we can then start to make some design decisions around the Ride Glenwood bus system. Knowing that there's overlap between the other buses when they, especially if they're in town, they're local, they're free, right? Like there's that overlap. And there's places that we're not yet serving. And then I would be remiss every time we talk about this subject of not complaining that the Ride Glenwood bus looks like every other dang bus that's out there. And I lived in town for 2 years before I realized before I knew that was a free bus, because there's nothing on it, right?
Just right.
And every time we talk about this, it's got to say, free, not just around town and downtown, but that it's free, and it's almost a hop on, hop off, and and for all of our tourists, and then for dummies like me who just don't pay attention until you're on council, frankly, you just don't know that it's a free bus, right? You see bus, I'm like, oh, I don't have, the New Yorker in me comes out. I don't have exact change. I'm not taking the bus, right? Because I'm not going to stand there and get yelled at by a bus full of New Yorkers and yes, that is a story, but
Same here.
right? Yeah, right. So, and so we've got to at our next opportunity to reskin those things or whatever, man. Like those buses have got to be special and unique and really call out the value proposition, which is
Free.
Which is that it's free and easy and all of those things.
So another grant I'm working on, we have a bus shelter replacement project that includes replacing all the shelters for Ride Glenwood Springs. We're going to update the signs so they look more like the buses and have the same color scheme. And they're going to say free, gratis. So it'll all be out there. And
Get it on the bus too.
Yep.
Right?
Good
Because
point.
the bus looks like every other bus.
Great point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Zelinski.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that the grant is the first last mile. And I was on a steering committee that kind of looked at that and crafted ramping out, kind of like how do you exit plan that? And it was going to go back to the RAFTA funding was going to be commensurate with the number of stops that went to the transit hub. With the recognition, when we as a city council sat down and talked about this, it was to assess our local transportation needs and how to better utilize Ride Glenwood for that. And so we are actually ahead of the curve by even charging $1. The other municipalities have not done anything, and so they're trying a lot harder. I think we are doing a really good job of utilizing this opportunity to our greatest benefit in serving the community. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate that, because I think maybe you all weren't on council yet when we first started having that conversation, but it was kind of the highest priority for us at the time. And then, this is fully funded. The money's in the grant, in the RAFTA budget. So there's at least through that, the next 2 years, we've got it.
Thank you. Counselor Schmall.
So Lee, you already know the result of no fee to $1 fee, right? You've got the data for that. So why would you wait until you do another survey to raise the fee again? I understand what you may have concerns about the integrity of the data, but I think you've already gotten the information to warrant raising the fee now and seeing what the result is in the.
I wouldn't argue that.
No?
I wouldn't argue that at all. Yeah. I mean, I think we could do it. And we can do it just in a day's notice. You just let them know and they'll change it. And we could see how it affects ridership, but we would have to message that. give 2 weeks or more notice. We like to give really a month when we're changing service in any way, reducing a stop or changing the
No, sure, and you'd want to do it in a way that makes sense for sure. I'm just asking, why wait?
Yeah,
Wait
it
to
was really
decide.
to kind of see what a whole year's worth of data does and ridership and where it goes. Another thing to a point that was made earlier was we didn't see any drop in ridership on the fixed route during this time. So we're actually seeing 30,000 trips around town on the two services. We get about 22,000 on Ride Glenwood fixed route every month.
Amazing.
Right?
That's crazy.
So,
That's
and
great.
then we get, the BRT, Local
Yeah.
Valley and the Hogback are transporting also. So you could add another couple thousand there probably.
Did I hear right? There's no drop? I
Yeah.
get confused because it's all Ride Glenwood to me. It's all
Yeah,
labeled
fixed
Ride.
route on demand, but fixed route, it dropped a little bit in November.
It did drop some.
Just a little bit in November, but it kicked right back up to normal
Hmm.
in December. I'm not really sure what that was in November. Lack of snow, a big
Hmm.
thing. There aren't all those people going up to Ski Cove November, December this year because there wasn't much there.
Restaurants, probably like that staff.
Yep. All good? Counselor Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Lee, for having all these details to answer questions. I have a handful of questions in two basic categories. And happily, I can be pretty concise because most of them build on questions already asked by colleagues. I really appreciate the way the collective group is thinking. One category is first principles, intended purpose for this program. Another is vehicle choice. In that first category, are you able to break down in your green and brown bar chart, where you've got number of rides per month compared to number of passengers per month? Can you break down those multiple passenger rides into people who or two people who called in together versus an actually efficiency enhancement of picking up two different
Right.
stops?
I mean, we get the metric of shared rides per month, and that was 46% of the rides in December were shared.
Shared in the sense that two people were at the
Two or
same
more
stop, or
people.
one person was at each of two stops.
Well, just that when you got on the van, there was somebody already on there, or they got on when you were on.
So that's a good thing.
I think so. I mean,
Okay.
that's a reduction of a car on the road, I think.
Thanks.
You could call it that.
I'll just chime in again that my sense of the purpose of this program originally was just as was described eloquently by several, and in more detail by Councilor Weimer and Councilor Zielinski. And that is, this was to help inform us in improving Ride Glenwood service. And it was to encourage transit use for longer distance travel. And overall was yet another in our general measure of transportation demand management, trying to reduce total traffic. But those three things I think are really important to hang on to. On the first one, I was surprised and a bit disappointed to hear you describe, yeah, we're going to use data from the dial-a-ride to inform our fixed route services. You described the opportunity to drop some of the fixed ride services. I was looking at it the other way around. Maybe that was just my incorrect assumption that ultimately I want to get rid of this service and make the bus system work. But are you looking at it the opposite?
No, we're looking at any and all of the above. So we're seeing what works best, what maybe can replace the fixed route and shorten that or make it more efficient. It doesn't run on time very often. That's probably because we have a lot of traffic in town during those peak hours and nobody gets on time. But yeah, I'd say everything's on the table.
Okay.
So when we see the price of the RAFTAs, the fixed route service go up yearly, and now it's almost 1.8 million next year. This year. That's something to consider, that we could maybe pare that back. And maybe go more into this if we're getting better service out of this. On
I'm
demand.
skeptical of that direction, but I'll just leave that in the mix for the conversation. But thank you for keeping the range in mind. I also chime in on the concern about, is the RAFTA city match 1-to-1, or do we pay a lower percentage on the grant?
It's a 50-50.
Okay. But if half of our funding is coming from a bus agency that wants us to get people to the big bus, and we're only at 12 to 14%, depending on how you get out, I'm disappointed. But my question is, do you see a trend? Has that trend gotten better since May of last year?
It's been really the same all the way through. So it really hasn't changed much. I'd say Carbondale, I believe, is like 20% to their parking rides. They don't have quite the tourist population that we do. They rides the train up, and then they take that to go out to dinner or go shopping, things like that. So that's the differences between our communities, and hopefully we can achieve 15 or 20% to the RAFTA stations. But all the shopping trips that we're seeing, it's amazing. I mean,
I'm
I'm
impressed by
really
the shopping trip.
Yeah.
That's
Another data point I got today is the number of rides that were ordered on the Spanish language app, so they can see who's tapped in. It's 50-50 basically. So I thought that was really positive.
Thank you. On the improving overall transportation demand, and traffic reduction, which is what your whole transit program is about. Were the comments made earlier correct that this is essentially a subsidized taxi, Uber, Lyft operation?
Well, I mean, we are paying for it. We are getting people around town. Our businesses are thriving because of the tourists, that are using it. And
I think the people are putting it to good advantage.
Yeah.
And the merchants and the pool are probably benefiting. But maybe a different way to ask the question. In terms of total vehicle miles traveled, in terms of energy efficiency, in terms of net traffic reduction, are we better or worse than just letting people use a taxi, Uber, Lyft?
Yeah, it's tough to quantify that in terms of, we're really looking at traffic volumes and ridership. But it's very, often when you open up some room for people to drive on the road, more people will get back in that weren't driving in the first place, let's say, so there's that latent demand concept that they would be going, but they're not going to go during the peak hour. Now that traffic's eliminated out there because of this great bus system, they're going to just go back to their old ways. That happens. We see that as I've studied traffic going in and out of Aspen over the years. That's basically sad, but the sad truth, but we're trying to chip away at it.
Thank you. My last question is in that second category of a vehicle choice. I expressed my disappointment when this contract first came up for consideration that the contractor was going to use gasoline vehicles. When our climate action plan at action T 2.14 and T 2.13 explicitly say transition ride Glenwood to electric vehicles. And in our report this afternoon, we're finding that even the beginning of that consideration has now been postponed into a second year. It's supposed to start in 2025. We're not even going to start considering it till 2027. Now I hear talk of or asking the contractor to bring in a fifth bus, which presumably will again be fossil fueled. We're not being consistent in the two separate but very closely related portions of city policy. So as this contract ends, and if this service continues, well, between now and then, and especially at that point, I'll continue harping on this. It's time to get the buses off of fossil fuels. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anything else? No, see none. Anybody from the public like to comment on the downtowner? Think about it for a second. If I see nobody, what do you need from us? Do we need to move this forward actually, or is this, since it's not quite May yet, is this just an informational deal, or is this?
This is for the 2026 contract renewal with the downtowner, and we put the amendment in to raise the original amount per month by that $10,000 to get this service the way it is today.
And the bus count.
Say that again?
And the bus count. We're raising the bus count too. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Then I will entertain a motion to move forward, and Councillor Schachter, we'll start with you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd move, that we approve the amendment to the Glenwood Downtown Professional Services Agreement to include the additional pricing as stated in our staff reports.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Zelensky.
Second.
Motion and second. Any more discussion on this? Councillor Townsley?
Just rough numbers. It looked like we were in for 400 and RAFTA was in for 400 last year, and there's 50 in riders fees. So that's 850 and the cost was 750. Is there 100,000 that's available to go into this year, or where did the other 100?
There was a little bit left in the grant between us and RAFTA, but we spent, 46,000 on the setup. So that was for the wraps on the vehicles and to get the leases and the insurance and all that kind of stuff. So there's not much, and I don't believe their grant can roll over, but that question hasn't been answered by RAFTA yet.
Okay. It seemed like there might be some extra funds we could use for that. And then the other question that was prompted by Councillor Smith is if we're going to bring another vehicle on, is there any reason not to bring on an electric vehicle? Is that more expensive? Is there a reason why we can't do that?
Yeah, so the electric vehicles won't last the full day on a charge. So we would need to have two of them, and they are more expensive. We did look at this. We definitely looked at it and asked them for it. The Sienna is a hybrid, so that's the only one on the fleet that is partially there. But the transit vans, they're experimenting with vans in Aspen right now, the VW iBuzz. So we'll see how that works out. I know it's been a pretty warm winter, but if they can last through the winter up there, then we'll start considering that as maybe the next vehicle or some other type of electric vehicle. Doesn't have to be a VW bus, even though I love buses.
All good.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Any more discussion? No. Call for the question.
Yes, Councillor Townsley. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Zelensky. Yes, Mayor Dame. Yes, Councillor Weimer. No, Councillor Schmal. No, Councillor Smith. Yes, Councillor Schachter. It passes 5-2.
Excellent. Thank you, Ryan. Thanks, everybody. Lee, thank
right.
you very much for the
Thank
info. Should we take a 5-minute recess? Let's do that. 5-minute recess, reconvene in 5 minutes. at the 8:43, and you guys are here for the wood fire. All right, let's jump to item 13. Sorry, Ryan. Just so
problem.
we can actually accommodate. We should have done this like an hour ago. I'm so sorry.
What are you here for?
We're really expecting some samples. That's okay.
Motion denied.
So Trent, let's get this done.
You need help, Trent? I think we got it. I just do the share over here, right? Yeah.
Is it good? Or what it is?
Okay.
That's what this is for.
So you want to move through it and then.
Busy.
They're all just gonna end up right here.
Sorry for even further delays.
It's okay.
We'll get it up there.
Ryan.
I'm just perplexed that we do this every 2 weeks and somehow it never works.
Never.
Well, not in the first try at least.
Okay.
It seems like 54 states. I know it is. Oh, call. That's be good. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
We still be the same time.
Sorry.
Well, for the public. There you go.
Yeah, I can also just present without projecting.
I was just gonna say, I think we all read it, so if we can't do it, we can just do it conventionally.
Yeah, it looks very good. We read it. It's okay. Okay, we can, not too much to project here, but, in an effort and in respect of your time, I am going to lump a presentation together for both ordinance 1 as well as ordinance 2. This is and sorry, this is Trent Hyatt, for the record. Good evening to all of you. Ordinance 1 and numbers 2, this is in regards to building permit inspection fees as well as wood-fired pizza ovens here in the city. In terms of the fees, the intent with this amendment is to better align our fee structure with some re-inspections that are occurring in our jurisdiction. And this is specific to certain contractors that are requesting inspections before the work is adequately completed, which results in wasted staff time, increased operational costs, increased greenhouse gases as it relates to our climate action plan previously, but as well as delays to the specific project and delays in reviews of other projects that are in the queue, and ultimately cost burdens to the city. In 2025, just to give you an idea, the building department conducted approximately 1,500 total permit inspections. That's not including things like business licenses, enforcement cases, and inspections related to planning files, but approximately 8.33% of those were re-inspections. We applied fees to those re-inspections in 33 instances. So what I'm trying to point out here is that we're not really trying to be punitive to maybe a mom and pop or to a homeowner contractor, in that, you know, sometimes there is a need for a re-inspection. And when that education kind of is done through our inspectors, you know, we go back out and usually the issues have been addressed. Staff also intends to provide clear guidance to contractors in terms of the expectations for future inspections. I did include a red line version of Table 1A, which is in Title 60 of our code, which outlines our fees. I think one thing that I did fail or did not hit the mark on here was in regards to item number 3, and that's the re-inspection fees. Currently, we charge $100 for those re-inspections, but really what our intent would be is that if we're going back out for second, third, fourth re-inspections for the same specific issue or related building requirement, that's where we want to increase those fees. And again, not to be punitive, not to use this as a revenue generating source, but use it as a time saving source. So whereas it's currently at $100 for a second re-inspection or a third re-inspection, you know, similar to the fire alarm fees that you heard about approximately a month and a half ago, we would like to propose that we have an increased fee for re-inspections for the same reason. So, you know, if it's a second fee and it's $200, if it's a third fee, it's $500. And you could get, you know, as creative with that as you want. With the fire alarm fees, you went pretty high there, but you know, that would be our proposal that and again, this is to eliminate staff delays and reviews of projects and other service to other customers. Second part of this is in regard to wood-fired ovens. This is actually Title 100 of our code. Currently, we identify solid fuel burning devices as basically open hearth or fireplaces. We don't currently have an exception or a definition in our code for what we want to talk about tonight, and that's wood-fired pizzas. You know, we would currently interpret the definition that we have and that was outlined in our staff report to include wood-fired pizza ovens. However, we all kind of know that they're different instances, right? Our current regulations to ban the installation of new wood, you know, burning devices in the city comes from, you know, past historic air quality issues that we've had in our valley. Thanks to the efforts by this community as well as other communities, we've really pretty much eliminated those concerns to date. We do not allow the installation of new wood-fired pizza ovens, and we also require the replacement of existing wood stoves or fireplaces with EPA Phase 3 certified devices that reduce those emissions a lot. But as you can speculate, you know, smoke in the air has many harmful materials in it in terms of particulate matters, hydrocarbons, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen oxides. Those relate to human health impacts, right? Things such as asthma, emphysema, bronchitis, and we know ain't nobody got time for that. But anyways, staff would we've received some inquiries from businesses and residents that we would like to allow for these kind of a, you know, a different type of a wood burning oven. And again, these are used for the preparation of food. They're not intended of a primary heating source like wood stoves and typical fireplaces are. In respect to those human health impacts being eliminated in the community, we don't really see this as being a huge impact, right? It would allow for kind of the encouragement of culinary diversity in the city, as well as some economic development. To what extent, we don't exactly know. But it would maintain the intent of those prior efforts to limit health and human impacts. Some things, you know, in a dense environment, wood-fired pizza ovens can be of a concern, right? We're not talking Glenwood Springs. We're talking New York City. We're talking Milan, places where this is occurring in very, very dense and high numbers. There are, you know, devices out there that you can spend a ton of money on to regulate the emissions from these types of stoves. We just don't see that as being appropriate at this time. We think that the common best practices can address this matter, and that's things as simple as using fully seasoned hardwood, right? That helps reduce the smoke that's emitted from these. Also, most of these stoves that you're seeing today use a combination of electric and gas in combination with a wood to season the food. That again, startup is where you'll see a lot of those emissions, and it helps reduce those. And I think most of those installations today are these hybrid type food oven or wood fire ovens that you see. Also, things like optimizing the exhaust or precision design help to reduce our emissions. And again, we're basically trying to do this by adding an exemption to Title 100 of the code that outlines, wood fire pizza oven as being exempt from that definition for a solid fuel burning device, and then just defining what that is.
Two ordinances at once. Excellent. Questions to Trent? Councilor Schachter.
Trent, with the wood-fired pizzas, we're talking about allowing them both commercial and residential?
Yeah, I don't think that we really regulate them residentially at this point in time. I don't think anyone's out to view those. But we would assume that, kind of similar to a barbecue, that this is occurring and permitted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Smith.
I've had the same question, so I'll offer a variation. Thank you. We don't regulate wood pizzas in backyards at homes, but we do regulate their fireplace indoors.
Correct.
What, in the terms of the ordinance, how do you make that distinction?
Well, to be honest, I don't think we have the opportunity to regulate those out of doors because we're not reviewing them via building permit or a business license.
Okay, thanks. Why wood-fired pizza? What's the benefit? What's the point? What's the improvement
You ever
in the
had?
product?
Taste.
Really?
Yes, and the preference of folks for certain types of wood-fired food.
You can actually taste the difference.
Oh, God, yes. Of course.
Okay, thank you.
That shocked me.
I guess that's subjective, but I would say yes.
I'm all excited.
You mentioned in the context of mitigation or otherwise for the actual smoke, hybrid systems that use gas or electric or both with the wood. And you also separately mentioned particulate matter and other pollutions that have an acute human health effect.
Mhm.
Do we know which combination has a better or worse climate effect in terms of greenhouse production? If you're burning gas, is the wood that much more or that much less, or can you burn less gas, which is a greenhouse pollutant? The wood maybe is less so. I don't.
I guess that would probably depend on the device. And I don't think that, a gas, burning device, just in terms of what I've researched, when we made that change in the Valley in 85 and 93 or 87, 95, some of the numbers that were thrown around is like, a gas fired furnace, generates approximately the difference in the emissions is like 1 to 500 in terms of smoke for similar variables, whether that's ozone or nitrogen oxides or particulate matter.
Thank you. One last question and then a bit of a comment. The pollution controls that you mentioned, you said in passing are very expensive?
Correct. Some of these devices range from, $5,000 to $20,000 depending on the installation and the product, the food that's being prepared.
Sorry, there is one more question. You're not concerned about this becoming New York City or Milan. how do we avoid that? If this becomes trendy, why aren't there going to be 6 on one block?
Well, maybe it could. But I think that we have avenues to address it if it does become an issue in the future.
Okay, maybe that's a better question. How would we address it if it does become overwhelming?
Well, we could prohibit them in the future. That means that any that existed would just be able to lawfully continue moving forward. But we could also add mitigation features to those to reduce the emissions from.
Thank you.
Counselor Schmall.
I want to go to the reinspection fee idea and ask a couple of questions. Do you have any sense of how much of the reinspection work is for the mom and pops or the individual home builder who would be otherwise exempted from having a general contractor's license?
Of the re-inspections, I would say, approximately 20% of those mom and pops, and the actual instances where we applied a fee, it would probably be closer to 0 of those because, we do use our discretion and we try to help folks along the way. So someone that's not a professional is going to get a little bit of leeway in terms of that fee being applied to begin with. First time, second time, or third time.
I appreciate that. And I think that's probably the way we should be approaching our customers. Then if it's still a problem after that approach to the problem, I have to suspect, as I was impressed in my council orientation, that we don't have enough inspectors. So the tendency of a contractor is going to be to schedule because I presume you got to schedule a couple of days or a week in advance to get your inspection?
No, usually only 24 hours.
Boy, that's not what I hear out on the street. If our 2 inspectors are covering everything within 24-hour notice, then I guess I don't really have any further questions because I assumed that contractors were scheduling an inspection and not making their schedule of what they thought they would have done when the inspector got there.
That's not been my experience. Now, there are certain instances where, let's say it's a business license, let's say it's a short-term rental renewal inspection. Those do take play second fiddle to an active building permit inspection. So that there may be some delays related to some of those, but active building permits, generally we schedule all of those within 24 hours.
Wow. Well, beyond that, I would only recommend that the fee be commensurate with the cost. If you have to re-inspect for an unreasonable re-inspection, then it ought to be probably more than what you're charging. On to the wood fire grills. I think it's a great idea to allow wood fire pizza ovens in downtown. Although I would suggest that it be done in some manner other than with respect to the English language, rather than codifying a wood burning device to not be a wood burning device. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Townsend.
My questions are on the inspection fees too. One of the questions I had on there was how long does a typical inspection last? Because if we're charging a minimum of 2 hours on some of the fees, is there if it's really taking us 20 minutes to go out there and relook at something, and we're charging for 2 hours of work, is that reasonable? And does that happen very often, or does that just not happen?
I would say that the ones that are 2 hours are generally those that would be outside of normal business hours. So it's kind of because we're providing an extra service. Generally, it really depends on the type of inspection. If you're talking about a final inspection for a building, that's multiple hours.
Right.
By default, of a multifamily building or a commercial building. If it's a drywall inspection for a home, that could be 30 minutes to an hour.
And we would still charge them for, if we're upping it to $100 and $200 to come out and do a drywall inspection.
No, not by default, only for re-inspection.
Inspection.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That-
the general first inspection is included as part of the fees that are paid with the building permit application.
And then how often are we doing them outside of business hours? Is that,
That's a special case.
okay, so that's not happening very
Not
often.
very often.
Okay.
Yeah, those are not applied very often. I'd say 1, 2, and 4. I'm sorry, 5. 1, 2, and 5 in the table are not very often that we use those.
The others are comments, and I'll save those for comments. We are going to handle these separately when it comes to a vote, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Zelinski.
I'm curious, is there any like significant difference in emissions between a smoker and a wood burning pizza oven?
I would assume yes. And that would likely also depend on the type of fuel that's being used. My charcoal smoker emits a lot. Pellet burning smokers, not as much.
Okay.
I would say that because most of these devices, like we mentioned previously, are hybrid in that they're really utilizing the smoke more for just the addition of
The
the
aesthetic.
taste as
Got it.
opposed to heating of the unit device.
I was just curious because, downtown right now, I smell smoke at times and I just figured if it's already there, doesn't seem to be any barrier to allowing the wood burning pizza ovens.
Thank you. Councilor Weimer.
Hey, Trent, question on the fees thing. I'm looking at Exhibit A, right? And so I'm looking for double underlined text and strike through text, and I don't see anything in down until we get to other inspections and fees, number 1, right? And so that one talks about, it's a correction from 50 to 100 an hour, but that talks about outside normal business hours. And then the other change is additional plan review, and then the use of outside consultants.
Yep, and that's where I was saying, Mitchell, that I failed in that really we wanted to include in the intent of item number 3.
Yeah.
That's where we would add that, a second reinspection or in the third reinspection that we would increase those fees to maybe potentially a second reinspection, $200. If it's a third reinspection for the same
Is
issue.
that per hour or flat rate?
Generally, it would be a minimum of 1 hour.
Because three is an hourly thing, minimum 1 hour, right?
Yeah.
100 an hour, minimum 1 hour. Are you looking for us to amend this in our motion?
Please, if you're willing. And
I
we
think
can
you
bring
could do
back
that,
to you second
or
reading.
if you wanted to amend it in the motion to have it brought back that way on second reading.
Yep.
This is a 2 reading thing.
Yep,
Two
yep.
reader.
Sorry, this is an ordinance for both of these. It's
Okay.
part of the municipal code.
Got it.
A little different than many of the rest of our fees, which are resolutions.
Yeah.
They're adopted by you via a resolution. These fees are actually outlined in the building code.
And then I guess quick, table 1A, total valuation, that's valuation of the project in question,
Correct, materials and fees.
right? So if it's a new water heater versus a new apartment building, that's driving costs. It could still be the same inspection. I'm inspecting the roof. But
Yeah, it would be inclusive of whatever work was outlined in the application.
in the whole application. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Smith.
Thank you. Thank you again for your clarification on the pollution and pollution controls. I was reminded of a variation by Councilor Zelinski's question, you mention other techniques that you generally see in use. Seasoned wood, dual fuel systems. As a reason not to require precipitators or catalytic converters and such. But if I'm reading right, the proposed ordinance change, the code change doesn't require seasoned wood or multi-fuel startups or any of that. Is that correct?
We have not identified that in the language that we propose, no.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No? Excellent. Well, anybody from the public care to come forward? Comment on, well, either ordinance 2026-01 or ordinance 2026-02. Building permit inspection fees or wood-fired pizza ovens?
Go there.
No, right there. Yeah, please state your name and whether you live in city limits or not.
Okay. My name is Paul Goodman. I go by Pablo. I do live in downtown Glenwood.
Thank you.
I just was gonna say, well, first off, thanks for taking the time to review some of this stuff as a person that, with the wood-fired pizza ovens, one thing I just wanted to say with that was, bringing a little bit of diversity in the culinary world, as Trent had kind of said, to Glenwood, opportunity there. There are differences definitely in how they cook and the food they produce are substantially different, not alone with just flavor, but with the styles and just the textures and the different kinds of things like that, what they can produce and how they can produce them. So that's really, I guess, all I have. I was just gonna throw in a little bit there because they are the diversity is where I see like a huge possibility for community and stuff like that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, good. We're done. Nobody on the permit inspections? No. See none. Close the public portion. I'll bring it back to council, and we're going to have to do two separate actions in here. So I'm entertaining a motion in ordinance 2026-01, building permit inspection fees. And as we heard, the fees are set forth in during the second reading. So staff has time to.
Well, what I was saying is that if you want to propose reinspection fee numbers, that's what Trent was saying, and we will incorporate it into the ordinance on second.
Should we state those?
Yes.
Here?
Yeah.
How did we do it with the emergency fees? Didn't you guys set
Yeah.
forth what we should think?
Yeah. Okay. So if you guys want to have us do that, happy to do that. If you guys want to just get this through on
I
right
think
now.
I would
which-
prefer
yeah.
that if you guys are okay with that. I
Yeah,
would
no,
prefer that.
that's totally fine.
And you guys bring it to us, yeah.
Yeah,
and you
we'll
guys-
just,
okay.
it won't be on consent, then it'll be on the regular.
That's fine. I think that's fine.
Fair enough.
Mayor Pro Tem Zelinski, please.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2026-01, the building permit inspection fees with the suggested fee amendments to be included in the packet on before second reading.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve. Do I get a second? Councillor Schachter?
I'll second the motion.
Sounds great. Any more discussion on the permit fees? Councillor Townsley?
On the permit fees, we had mentioned that, we've got a little rough on maybe some of the fees for sending people out for fire alarms and whatnot. I think personally, and not having a long history with the building department or whatnot, with the police department, I had no qualms whatsoever of what they were telling us was happening. I'm a little nervous about the housing and the building department. And this is from before your time here, but when I ran for the office and just in talking to a lot of people getting on here, probably the biggest complaint I got was the building inspectors. I mean, just flat out, maybe not 10-1, 5-1 of people wanting to talk about stuff. And so I'm a little nervous about going, okay, we've got these guys saying that they're being overworked and this and that, and we're going to up fees and we're going to do some things. I just don't have the confidence in the quality of product that we're putting out that I think I'm ready to want to up fees for them at this point. So more of a comment, but we've all talked about this. We've said, okay, let's take a look and see if we can get a better product out there. But I think I'd rather get to a point where I'm hearing from people that the building department's really easy to work with. Not that we're not, doing our jobs, but I would like a little more positive feedback before I get to a point where I say, let's up fees. And, I really like the fact that you said we're not taking it out on mom and pop things and going, okay, you've got me out here a second time, but I don't have the confidence from just the feedback that I've gotten from the community that we're at that point yet.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Small.
Yeah, I think the fees that we try to set should be commensurate with our cost. But I do also recognize that there seems to be a disconnect between the word from the field versus the opinion from staff that ought to be looked at. And I tell you, I'm still surprised that 2 building inspectors cover all of the work that needs to be done. I don't know how that works. Really, the workload seems to me that either it's being abbreviated because of only 2 people trying to do more work than they're really effective at doing. Something doesn't seem right to me.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments or discussion on this item? The motion is here to approve with a second. By second reading, yes. So if I don't see any more discussion, I'll call for the question.
No, Counselor Townsley. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Zelinski. Yes, Mayor Dame. Yes, Counselor Weimer. Yes, Counselor Schmal. Yes, Counselor Smith. Yes, Counselor Schachter. It passes 6-1.
Thank you, Ryan. Moving on to ordinance 2026. Do you want to make a comment? Counselor Schachter?
Since this is going to be an agenda item on the second reading, perhaps without, we've talked about this. We talked about a change in culture that's pending and in process. And maybe, Trent, it might be constructive to address a couple of the concerns you heard in terms of number of inspections, time on inspection, feedback you've received since a year ago or since last April might help.
Yeah, happy to right now.
Not right now.
Okay.
Let's do second reading. Thank you, Trent. Thanks for your willingness.
I can retract that comment. Not now.
Yeah.
Love it. Okay, great. All right, moving on. Ordinance 2026-02, wood-fired pizza ovens. Entertaining a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Zelinski.
I move the approval of ordinance 2026-02 to approve the use of wood-fired pizza ovens for commercial use within the city.
Thank you. We have motion approved. Counselor Townsley.
I enthusiastically second that.
Awesome.
And a second to approve. Any discussion on the pizza ovens? Counselor Smith. Yes, it's an ordinance.
Your flavor, palatability comments are impressive. I remain concerned about the pollution concerns. I thought that the staff memo compellingly listed kind of the concerns for wood burning over the decades. And it includes the notion that we have dealt with that through previous initiatives. I agree. Ordinances from the city, legislation from Congress, a robust state health department has indeed cleared much of that kind of pollution. So I'm reluctant to start codifying what feels like a backtrack on that success. I would feel better if we had the actual litigation measures, or if we at least had a companion requirement to do the best practices that you described. So without those, I'm reluctant to support it. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, right. Of course he will. Any more discussion on the ordinance? I see none. I'll call for the question.
Yes, Counselor Townsley. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Zelinski. Yes, Mayor Dame. Yes, Counselor Weimer. Yes, Counselor Schmal. No, Counselor Smith. Yes, Counselor Schachter. It passes 6-1.
Thank Thank you, Ryan. Thank you very much for your patience. Good luck. Yes, moving on to project update. Back to item 10 for tonight. Ryan Gordon, please. Not again.
Now, I sent this to you. That report is, we got some stuff going on.
Yeah, That's
Okay.
fine. This will go just as fast.
Hey, Brian, I sent this to Matt. Matt's gonna pull it up and.
I was gonna say all these animations and these transitions, if he's gonna pull it up, I don't have any of that. I was gonna give you
know.
a big pile of it. It's just.
The movie effect,
Eh,
right?
Stop share. Yeah, I had a great thing. CGI, I had dinosaurs. All right, no dinosaurs, no nothing like that. All right, everybody, hello. Ryan Gordon, city engineer, here to give an update in a kind of more of a preview. Did a preview last time. This is what we're going to be doing this calendar year. You controlling it, dude? Go to the next slide. All right. I'm sticking with the theme of the city map. I'm going to go pretty quick since we're here late. We can go backwards if we want. Blue are things in design. Pretty standard. We have the 3 big neighborhoods that we're still kind of taking a look at. We're wrapping up the roundabout design at Wolfson and West Midland. One other thing new on this one is we're starting to look at the 2 creek crossings on Mitchell Creek on Center and then on Donegan, something to look to address some flooding and some relieve some flood insurance issues. We'll get to those later. Those are just kind of the things we're kind of cooking in design. Before we go to the next slide, a few things that I don't have on follow-up slides. So, last year we tried to get the railroad crossings fixed. We got the 7th Street done, which was ours. The 23rd and then River Side are both RAFTAs, part of the rail corridor. We are going to try to do them ourselves. There's one little hiccup is since they are railroad owned or RAFTA owned, they have to go in front of the PUC. Seems like a pretty elementary thing, but we're likely going to do that on our own as opposed to try to do as part of the RAFTA thing. RAFTA is not going to be removing rail this year. Not going to work. Didn't work out. It was a funding thing. They thought the rail salvage was going to pay for the project. It didn't even come close. And so that shelved till another time. I think that's the only one on that list. Matt, if you want to progress the slide. First project, design projects or construction projects, excuse me. So Highway 6 and 20 shared use path. So this is between Donegan Road and essentially Linden. I got 2 photos. Matt, kind of go to the next photo. Existing conditions. These are as of yesterday, right? So you can kind of see dilapidated asphalt trail. Not great. Drainage is terrible. Go one more slide, Matt. The details of what we're trying to do here. I guess I can go here too on mine, so I can look here. Here's what we're doing. So it's a multifaceted project. So we're installing 1,500 linear feet of 12-inch water line. We have some high velocities in the water. This is really going to help the distribution. Includes 4 fire hydrants along this stretch that currently have none. We are going to be installing that whole stretch, as I mentioned. So 3,850 linear feet of 10-foot wide concrete shared use path, multi-use path. That's going to take the place of that dilapidated asphalt path. Lots of curb and gutter, the same linear footage basically. So that north side of Highway 6 and 24 will have curb and gutter, help with some drainage, protection of the path for pedestrians and bike users. Then we're doing some drainage improvements. So we have 3 new additional stormwater inlets, 180 linear feet of stormwater pipe, and then we're going to reline the existing storm pipes that are there. Instead of digging them up or replacing them, we're going to go in there and reline them as a way of extending the life of those. The other thing is we're going to underground all of the overhead electric lines and telecommunication lines. As part of that, we are going to install new overhead lights. I heard loud and clear about lights with North Landing, so we will take a very detailed look at the lighting here. A little bit different since it's not quite in a park, but same thing. New bus shelter at Traver Trail. Lee mentioned about the grant, and so we're looking at that and kind of rejiggering how that looks, and a little crossing to get over to Devereaux. And so this project is currently out to bid. We are getting bids back next week. We may start construction in, quite soon. And if it's the weather like it has been, we might as well be doing work instead of sitting on our heels and plowing gravel. So you'll likely see this on consent agenda or on the agenda next week for approval of a contract. So we'll see how that goes. Next project is Coach Miller Drive behind the high school. This is a picture of what it looks like now. So people walking on the street, why are they walking on the street? Because there are no sidewalks. Next photo, Matt, shows the entrance as you come around the corner, and this is looking up 14th Street, Pickens off to the left. This is the high school parking lot on the right. So we've been working really closely with the high school. Next slide, Matt. So here's some of the details of what we're doing. This project has a bunch of facets as well. So we're installing some 8-inch water line. Right now, the water line cuts through the campus, so it doesn't make it very opportune if there's a break to get in there. So we're putting the water line in the road. It comes with only one water service, and that is actually for future expansion or future reasons at the high school. They want to utilize their athletic fields a little bit better. One idea is a bathroom facility, not a food court, but a food stand. It's got to be a better name for it at an athletic event. Essentially, they don't have any abilities to do that, so we're going to provide them a water service. We're installing concrete sidewalks, so 2 different stretches. So from where the parking lot connecting to the Rio Grande Trail is currently, we're going to have one that would be on the west side that loops along. There's already an existing stairway that goes up and down to the Rio Grande Trail. So we're connecting that piece. Then we're going to have a sidewalk on the other side wrapping around the high school. So this would be on the east side, then around sort of the curve on Coach Miller as it turns into 14th Street. Again, no current sidewalk facilities at all. Really kind of addresses the need, as you can see some from those photos. Curb and gutter. There's no curb and gutter. There's no drainage facilities out there whatsoever. So again, we are creating a better system to collect the water. Plus, there's a parking problem during events that people park off the side and then walk to sporting events or whatever else. It's causing a public safety hazard. It's a narrow road anyway. This really helps alleviate and fixes that problem as well. We're going to be fully milling and redoing all of Coach Miller Drive. The road surface is quite frankly atrocious. Needs to be fully done. So we're going to rip out all that asphalt, put brand new asphalt down. At Pitkin, we're in transitions from Coach Miller to 14th. We're going to mill and overlay up to basically Grand Avenue. The last 50 feet of 14th Street before you get to Grand Avenue, we're going to pave with concrete. Long-term maintenance is much, much better. You have those heavy buses that push that asphalt around, causing rutting and potholing. This will really solve a lot of those issues. The other big part of that is we're going to reconfigure the entrance to the high school. As of right now, that entrance is askew from where Pitkin Avenue is. What we're going to do is push that entrance in, so you basically have a 4-way stop. So you Pitkin, instead of turning right on Coach Miller and then immediate left in the high school, you're going to go straight into the high school.
Now you're doing it?
Now we're doing it.
Better late than never.
Now we're doing it. Yep. So this project, we just received bids as of yesterday. This project will be built in the summertime when school is out. So graduation's done, kids are out. We told the contractor you have from basically June 4th to September 1st. I'm not sure when school starts, but they have a couple of months to get cooking. So that's that project. That's going to be a really good project. Next project, Matt, you want to board thing? What's that?
That's the most important thing.
Oh, that is a very good point. So we project came in significantly under budget. So we budgeted about 2.7, bids came in a lot less than that. So we're looking pretty good. Positive. Next.
And a 4-way stop.
And a 4 improves a lot of things. We're also doing bulb outs at Pitkin Avenue, just for your information too. Create a little bit better space for people to maul around. Okay, next school project we're doing over at Soccer Field Road. So this is at the Glenwood Springs Middle School. This is looking down from the high school down to Highway 6 and 24. The next photo is kind of looking the opposite direction. Theme of the day, there's no sidewalk. No sidewalk on the right-hand side of this picture, which is the east side of the road. Kids have to sort of muddy their way through curb and gutter and weeds and whatnot, right? So we said, you know what, we're gonna come here and fix this too. So what we're gonna end up doing, next slide, Matt, is construct a 8-foot wide concrete sidewalk, again, from the middle school down to Highway 6 and 24. We do know, talking to the school, that kids use that to get to one of the bus stations down there. A little bit of curb and gutter, reconfigure it, right? That's pretty wide road, so we're gonna suck in the road when we put the curb and gutter, and the sidewalk, excuse me, with curb and gutter. A little bit of drainage improvements. It functions well, but if we add that sidewalk, we're gonna need to reconfigure a drainage ditch that abuts the middle school to the south. And then adjacent to Soccer Fields Road on the west side, there is a drainage ditch. We're gonna fill that in and bring it up to grade, put some inlets in and pipe it. It's just easier maintenance for our Parks and Recs group. Makes it a little bit cleaner out there. The other thing, depending on when costs come in, what numbers we get, we may mill and overlay. Let me take that back. That first stretch of road that I mentioned, Highway 6 and 24 to the middle school, we're going to fully repave that whole road. Last year we did a Pazer study, which tells us the quality of the roads. That section was in the poor category. Totally redo that road. And depending where we are, we're likely going to mill and overlay the rest of the road, Soccer Field Road, from that portion all the way up to Donegan. Make a much more cleaner road altogether. Okay, next slide. We're looking at doing 19th Street. So this is basically from Valley View Hospital down to Grand Avenue. We had this program last year, but didn't really have enough money. So this will be go to the next slide, Matt. I'll talk about 19th Street in a second. We're also looking to do 9th Street. These are lumped together because these are generally much easier. So 9th Street, essentially from Blake up to Garfield, is in pretty poor condition and needs to be resurfaced. It's something that our streets department has had to fill in potholes on a pretty regular basis. So it's, again, looking at Pazer study, what roads are bad. This is one that floated to the top. That needed to be done. Next slide over, Matt. This is kind of the details of what we're doing. Back to 19th Street. So we're gonna probably rip out all that asphalt and repave it, 620 feet. There are some failing sections of both curb and gutter and sidewalk. Sidewalk has been heaving over the years. We're probably gonna fix all that to make so you don't have trip hazards and gaps in the concrete. And some other minor improvements, some valley pans, and whatnot on 19th. I'll go to 9th first. As I sort of mentioned, it's going to be a mill and overlay, or it could be full depth. Some of those roads, as you get further up the hill, have just a couple inches of asphalt on nothing. So we're going to go take a look and actually build them up to city standards so they last longer than they have been. 9th Street will have some drainage improvements at the intersections. There's limited valley pans, so the water just, runs where it wants to run. So we're going to create a little more coherent plan up there. I kind of lumped all these in because, and again, Minturn Avenue is on here, which wasn't on my pictures, but again, last year we did Salina Street, little side street up there. So we're going to do the rest of Minter from 7th to 8th. That'll be a mill and overlay. That'll kind of connect that portion. And again, one of the reasons we determine this area is Minter is in terrible condition. So again, as it floated to the top of roads we needed to do, this was an opportunity for us to kind of knock those out. And so one thing that you've seen here is we're not doing Blake this following year for a couple of reasons. One is we thought, hey, look, there's some other priorities around the city that we should tackle before we spend all our monies in one spot, and kind of give the neighborhood a break and then pick it up as we follow in next year. So that is the quick and dirty update of major projects for next year. Caveat this is we had great news on Coach Miller. We haven't got bids back for 6 and 24. Those are our two big projects. If they come in under budget, we're going to come in and probably do more mill and overlays and concrete work this construction season. So we'll have to play with that. So this map may change a little bit as we move forward, but that's where we stand as of today. Questions?
Thank you, Ryan. Councilor Schmall.
Coach Miller Drive, when it first came up, we mentioned adding a water tap to get water down to the dog park. Is that not in there?
We do not have that in there. One thing we do have in there is providing a sleeve for raw water to bring to the high school. The high school has some water rights, and we've been talking to them about, maybe getting a pump in there and some screening so they could water their ball fields with irrigation water.
So two things that we were going to add to the project as we kind of moves forward. One is, yes, we forgot about the water service to the dog park. We'll add one off, put a curb stop, get it ready to go kind of thing. And the second one is I would like an 8-inch tap coming towards the water line that comes down Riverside, the dead end by the property we just bought, so that we could loop that thing back up. So there are two small things we do need to add to the project, but they're pretty minor and they'll fit in the contingency that was built into the project. So yes.
As you do the raw water, that would be great for the dog park for irrigation too, so.
We also just bought a property that has a 10-gallon per minute well on it, so maybe able to utilize that also for dog water. So a couple of options will be floated into that before we finalize the whole design or construction. I'm sorry.
And any idea why?
And we're going after a DOLA grant for $200,000 for that project. It looks pretty positive also.
That's my question. The bus shelter at Traver Trail, have you worked with Lee on that? Does that get used very much?
I mean, it does get used some. It's not a huge use, but again, depending on where we go with the transportation network overall, right? That is kind of a hub for Iron Mountain, for the caverns. So there could be a potential for that to being used, but that is still part of our system. So we are going to improve that.
And have you made any estimate as to why the bids were surprised you at being so much lower? I mean, I would say it's springtime, contractors are trying to get their work for the summer and they're bidding cheap now until they get loaded up, but.
I mean, if I had to guess, there's a couple of reasons. One is our consultant who helped us develop the cost estimate was a little over conservative, not a bad thing. I think you're right. I think us having these bids come out in early, these were actually, bid out the end of 25, again, allowed contractors to get aggressive. And I do think we're seeing a slight softening in the market. We have seen some folks from outside the region that are interested. So I do think we see some, let's say, competition pressures that are helping out.
I would just caution that you're not getting overly excited because you're getting bids with mistakes in them.
Sure. We're evaluating those and we're looking at those versus the unit costs that we know of. And yeah, we'd be taking a look at those.
And I want to say between all four bids, because we got 4 bids in, they were within 10% of each other. So I wouldn't assume too many mistakes with them, but we'll go line by line and make sure nothing was missed.
Yeah. Great.
Thank you. Councilor Schechter.
Thank you, Ryan. I just had a email request from a constituent. Can you give any preview down the road? I know we're weighing feasibility of North Glenwood and feasibility of Glenwood Park, both challenging, both multi-year projects. Any projection as to how and when either or both of those are going to enter construction or begin work? And what is there a priority set yet?
We don't have a priority set on either of those. And then the third neighborhood that you didn't mention is 8th and Midland intersection, Cowden neighborhood, coming over 7th Street, kind of this whole area, right? So those 3 ones are ones that we did have comprehensive surveys done. And we have those, we're still waiting for the survey in North Glenwood to come in-house and do a little bit of the conceptual design. Both of those, all 3 of those are major components. We do have money set aside this year in the budget for design. We haven't quite figured out which ones will be first.
Eventually they'll all get done.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, they will. Yeah. And again, what we're going to be doing with those is fairly extensive public meetings. We really want to get idea from the neighbors. What does your neighborhood want to look like? So we're starting to develop those as we're sort of transitioning from end of last year construction season to now. Right now is the time when we're really sort of digging into that.
Thank you.
Councilor Smith.
Thank you. May we get a copy of this helpful slideshow?
Sure.
Thank you. It's a little late to ask too many design details on Coach Miller because we're in business. Congratulations on the bid. Can you remind me one more time the extent of the west side new sidewalk?
Yeah, so the west side, there's an existing stair that goes down to the Rio Grande Trail, which is right across from the kind of the cul-de-sac at the high school. So from that point, the sidewalk will be on the edge of the road. and then we'll go from there, and then we'll go to the existing parking lot that essentially feeds, you can park down there and walk down to the dog park area. And then we'll connect into the existing sidewalk that then goes towards Park Avenue. Park
So if
Drive.
you want to walk along Coach Miller Drive and 14th, your full continuity is going to be on the east side.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Is there any feature to improve bicycle access from Coach Miller Drive onto the river trail?
As of now, there is not. Our thoughts are you would ride from, if you're riding from Pitkin trying to get to the Rio Grande Trail, you would just ride along Coach Miller until you got to the dog park entrance, essentially, to get down.
Which is a potholed gravel truck driveway and an obscure kind of curvy sidewalk. Sorry, I didn't bring this up months ago, but
What's potholed? I'm confused.
the snow truck driveway.
The snow truck driveway.
It-
Oh,
It goes down to
I
the
mean,
to the
yeah.
snow storage, which we're not using this year.
So that entrance will be cleaned up and paved.
Oh,
I apologize. I went too fast. Other details, the parking lot that's currently potholed, that's going to be paved and brought up to code. And then that little entrance as you're going down into the snow storage, that little area will be fixed.
you probably said that. Thank you.
Sorry,
Right.
I did not say that before, but I apologize for overlooking.
As Soccer Field Road, excellent notion, putting a sidewalk, which essentially extends the sidewalk that's already there on the east side from Donegan to the school. Is that?
That's correct.
What about the crossing at Soccer Field and 6 and 24, the pedestrian crossing, the crosswalk? Any improvements to that?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we're looking at, because you're absolutely correct. One of the bus stops is across the road. So yeah, we need to look at that as well. So that's something that Lee and I and the engineering team is looking at, is
Good.
how to
It's
make
currently
all that
one of
work.
those vague colored concrete things that is not very visible to drivers. So thank you.
Yeah.
As you do these big projects, which is very rambunctious and exciting, I assume that there are going to be some other smaller knitting things going on. What about progress on the network of flashing beacons for pedestrian crossings that you've cooked up? Any plans for particular locations on that this year?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, one of the big target areas is around the 27th Street roundabout. The challenge that we're finding is, where do we put the beacons where they don't get hit? I'm putting words in Matt's mouth, but Matt was out there a while ago taking a look, and there are tire tracks all over every place that we'd want to put one of these beacons. So we are coming up with some ideas, but we do think it's vitally important that they are there. So we got to figure out, how do we put these in so they don't get hit the first day.
Do they sell armored beacons?
We are going to come up with some creative solutions. More concrete, more something right there.
Can you hang them from the top of the ski lift chair pole?
That could be a very viable option.
Thank you. That was the top one on my list. Public Works went out and miraculously redid the crosswalks themselves at that western roundabout. And that's been a big help.
Yeah.
Since the Benedict got finished and the underpass at Grand Avenue got finished. The flow of things is much better, but these flashers will be a big help. Thank you. With the postponement of construction work at Blake Avenue, will there be more design work going on this year on Blake Avenue?
No, I mean, we essentially have that design finalized. Now I say that, in my opinion, we can change the design until the contractor walks off a project. So if there are opportunities on Blake to make things better, change it, we certainly will. We know we're constantly fine tuning and changing things on Blake, but I would say it's 99% designed as is.
Okay. With fingers crossed that 99% design will address the dysfunctional southbound bike lane along the edge of Sayre Park. And knowing that that's the complicated section that might not get done for 2 years or 3 years, is this the year to do something about the paint striping on that portion of Blake, to fix it just with paint in the meantime?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly something that we've talked about and we'll look at doing. The battle there is the on-street parking.
Exactly.
And the width, so we may have to, split the dog, so to speak there, but we'll take a look at that.
Good, thank you.
That's not nice. Councilor Townsley.
Two quick things on Coach Miller Drive. At first, I was wondering why we were doing a sidewalk on the side where you're 4 feet from a walking path, but if it's going to help us keep cars off there, that makes sense. Are you going to do anything that will keep people from just pulling up their trucks on the side of the sidewalk as well?
Well, so they'll be vertical, the curb will be vertical, right? So you're gonna have to jump up there and then we're gonna have, it's much easier for our code enforcement folks to give tickets if they're parking on a sidewalk.
Okay, because I was guessing maybe they would go ahead and pull up on the sidewalks on there anyway, but if it's easier to enforce. And then the other thing, last thing is on the North Landing, those crosswalks coming across from the hotels there. Are we getting any closer to having those done before springtime?
Yeah, we are not. And I had a note actually to talk about that. So thanks, Councilor Townsley, for reminding me. Part of the North Landing or the 6-3 project that did not happen was extending the raw water line from just past the Hotel Colorado to the raw water line that we installed as part of 6th Street. We were always going to do that in-house, and just the way 6th Street kind of worked out, that kind of didn't happen. So our internal, water guys are going to be doing that. And part of that is ripping out those crosswalks. And we are going to put those back with concrete and not pavers. So that is planned. And just today, Hot Springs Pool reached out about looking to do some modifications to their side. So I think there's going to be kind of a joint project that we can do to kind of work out and clean up that whole area.
Thank you. Councilor Small.
Nothing on Southbridge?
Well, I think Southbridge is a more detailed conversation than what's going on. There are some stuff going on Southbridge, but I don't have that as part of this presentation.
So let me just ask, I remember that the plans are 100% complete from the consultant?
Yes.
And how about contract documents?
So the drawings and the specs are all done. What we're doing is we're finalizing the environmental documents right now. There is part of that was a sound study and then a discussion in the vote for a sound wall, which is currently happening right now. And then that portion, along with the utility clearances, and then the right-of-way acquisition are the last pieces before we basically have a full set package ready to be approved by both CDOT and then FHWA.
By contract documents, I was referring to the documents that contractors will bid on.
Yeah. So we have those are done. Drawings and specs.
There's be no special conditions?
Well, the special conditions are part of the specifications, the CDOT specials, but those have been prepared.
Are they available? I'd like to read them.
They are available. I would, Carl, Steve, any issues with providing those?
Let me think about that. My concern is, as you know, bidding projects with federal funding, they are super uptight about how that goes. I would hate for that set of plans to get out there until CDOT's ready for them to be released. I think happy to come in and look at a rolled up set of plans in city offices, but I'm uncomfortable sending them home with anybody or sending out an electronic copy to anybody, just because it's a $80 million project and somebody's going to complain about bidding, and I just worry about that. That's my only concern.
So CDOT typically does a plan and spec review in-house where they go through not just the standard specifications, but all the special provisions, which I suspect there are going to be a lot of on this job. Has that been done?
Yeah, I mean, we've gone through 1, 2, 3 major plan and spec reviews over the last year with CDOT. So CDOT has reviewed those, right? So the bridge department has reviewed them, traffic, all the departments in CDOT has been part of the review of the Southbridge drawings and the special conditions and specs.
I don't even need all of them, but I would like to read the special provisions.
And like I was saying, I think I'm comfortable if you want to come in and sit down and go through them. I just am really uncomfortable sending out. CDOT has been very, they're very tight about these things. It's a federal project, and so I just want to be super careful. I don't mean to be difficult, but I just don't want to send them out into the ether, if you will.
Understand, I'll sign an affidavit if you like.
All right, great. Any other questions? Anybody from the public? Did I do that already? No. Okay, nobody here. Excellent. And if we don't have any, all these projects are all street fund.
Yeah, then there's a portion from street fund, then, water and wastewater, and then those enterprise funds.
Right, that whole.
Their monies, yeah. As
Yeah.
Matt mentioned, we're going after a DOLA grant for Coach Miller. We're gonna look at maybe FMLD grant. We tried that for Coach Miller, but got denied. We may look at doing that for 6 and 24, and maybe some other funding sources. But as of right now, it's all street funding. The 6 and 24 does have an MMOF grant through CDOT, multimodal OF.
OF. Grant. That we got approved and we got.
Yes, yep,
okay.
that's a $750,000 grant that we have.
That was my next question. How much grant funding did we secure for these projects? And you just said it. So fantastic. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ryan. Yep. And then another update, water supply. Just say we have enough and, we do.
That's the.
Yeah, I know. Matt, please.
Second, I'm skipping that thing. I'm just doing it on my own.
Everybody
Go,
got stuck right there. Oh,
I'm not offended. It's broke, right?
I was wondering if you were gonna have this graph. I hate this graph.
I love this graph.
you hate this graph.
I literally live off of this graph.
That's all.
So I might have got a little haywire with the update. Okay, so 2022, whoever was here, we kind of did a quick water update. Sorry, Matt Langhorst, Public Works Director. Good evening, Council.
Thank you.
In 2022, we did kind of water update. It was 7 pages long. What I did was I wanted to kind of there's some new counselors, so I just updated that again and threw it in there, added a little more information. We can fly around and look at whatever anybody wants to. No, there's not a map associated with that update. There could be one. I try not to put maps out there of total systems all at one time if I can possibly not do that, but we can make that happen. Going back a step, Steve was like, hey, can you just show them how much water we have right now, where the trends are projecting? And then I went haywire and created that 7-page letter for you to review. So we can talk about all of it or none of it, whatever you guys want to do. Right now, it's hard to see, but there's a little black line that's at the very bottom of all the color up there. That's how much water we have right now. I look at the Bison Lake Snowtell site. Snowtell sites are notoriously not super accurate, but they're notoriously inaccurate consistently. So if you know in 2018 that you had a Snowtell site and it was following a trend, then you could basically say, okay, 2018 was my worst water year that we've ever seen. As long as I trend along with the worst water year that I've ever seen, generally speaking, we have water. So Bison Lake is right up where our water and our snow basically falls. So that's a good one to work with. And right now we are on the very bottom of the trend. The pink shaded area is basically the lowest water totals across all 20 years that they give you to look at. That's the worst. And we've trended here before. That's not surprising to me, to be honest with you. The little pink dotted line is 10%. If we get 10% of the lowest totals, it'll keep trending that way. The next line up is 50%. If we just get 50% basically of the median, that's where that line will go. And that's generally, we end up somewhere between the 10 and the 50% if you kind of look at it year over year. So in essence, in the Bison Lake area, we'll have just as much water as we did in 2018, which is my bottom year that we look at. Now, if you go all the way back to the gauge that was started in 1976 at the Grizzly Creek Reservoir outlet, the worst year ever was 1977, which is when I was born. And it is about half of that line. And if you look at the yield analysis out of the Grizzly Creek Basin, which is 24,000 acres, half of that line right there was still more than enough water to supply for the city for the entire year.
Sorry, half of which line?
The worst case pink line.
The pink one, way on the bottom. Okay, got it.
Basically, that one basin yielded about 4,500 acre feet, and we use about 2,400 acre feet. And that isn't even considering that we don't pull water out of Grizzly until we need to, because the 12,000 acres that makes up No Name is all we pull until we need to pull something out of Grizzly. So last year we didn't even turn Grizzly on. And that's sort of a lie. We turned it on just to flush it to make sure everything was functioning. We had a little leak on it. We didn't need the water. The year before that, we didn't need to turn it on either, which was a pretty bad snow year also. So I guess the answer is, at this moment, I feel really comfortable that we have enough water for the city of Glenwood Springs through even the 10% worst case kind of scenario line right there, because we know how much the basins actually produce. We have a gauge back up there. We reinitiated that gauge, I think 3 years ago. It's on Grizzly, so we could watch how much water is coming out and see how that trends towards the 1977 trends that we have available to us, to make sure that if we need to turn Grizzly on, we can. Most of our water comes out of No Name.
Which is Bison Lake area.
Which is, Bison Lake is kind of in the middle of that whole entire thing. It's just giving us a snow total of what's basically falling within the watersheds that we have available. It's the closest one that we have. And it's worked for us so far since I've been here. I've just watched this one, and you're estimating 77 being worst still. As long as we kind of keep on the bottom of the pink line, we're good. We also still have 500 acre feet sitting in Rudai if we need it released. And since we put in the new pumps, the new VFDs, and the new line, we can pull water out of Grizzly and No Name anytime we want to. And if I want Rudai to release 3 CFS to supplement that a little bit, they can release 3 CFS and we can actually pump it up there if we need to.
From 8th Street.
From 8th Street.
Right.
So, and we can run now that we put VFDs in, because it used to be $1,000 a day to run those pumps because they were either on or they were off. Now we can run about 500,000 gallons a day if we want to, kind of minimum. That's a little bit of the head pressure, all the way up to 5 million if we want to in a day from that pump station.
5 million gallons?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So if I need about 7.5 CFS, so if I could only get 5 for some reason out of Grizzly Creek and No Name, we can always supplement from 2 out of Rudai. And if 500 acre feet is about a quarter of the year of use anyhow, 1/5 to a quarter, depending on how busy a year it is. So we have a lot of water resources. And we can also do a water exchange. Division 5 has been very nice to us about that. If we don't even want to deal with those over there, we can just pump if we want to, and they'll exchange our water rights from the base of those 2 tributaries basically, and just say, hey, it's going to go downstream. You're the closest thing from the Roaring Fork to the Colorado anyhow. And they let us water exchange it to the pump. So if we had a really, really, really dry year, but we wanted the water still to flow down No Name and Grizzly Creek for aquatic life, we could just pump and exchange from that location to this for a temporary time. They've been very flexible with us and very good to work with.
Who is this?
Division 5, Water Division 5 engineer who we are in Colorado River is Water Division 5. So the division engineer has the authority to do administrative exchanges. And because of the way we're set up with our water system, we can do that. And Division 5 has been very easy to work with around that. So like during the fires when we couldn't deliver, we did on an emergency basis, we did an administrative exchange to move that water over and up. So that it's on paper that we're moving it over and up, but so that we could pump without tapping our Rudai reservoir water, because we're really using water that is being equated to what's coming out of Grizzly and No Name. It also is super helpful to us if we have sedimentation issues or other fire, things like that we just can't deal with that water at the moment for whatever reason. This is a super flexible. They've been super flexible.
No idea that existed. It's very interesting, I have to say. Yeah. Thank you.
So I guess it is almost 10 o'clock, and I just kind of want to see what all of you wanted to know, have conversations about, answer questions.
Okay, let's bring it back
Thus
to
far, I
questions.
mean, if it gets worse, I'll keep watching this trend. Obviously, I pull it up once a week. We take a look at it on Fridays usually, make sure we're trending at least where we feel comfortable. And if something came up we would come in front of you and tell you how we're going to mitigate that if it becomes a problem. Funny fact is out of No Name and Grizzly, we've been getting more water out of those two watersheds since the fires.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why.
Vegetation not drinking it.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, Council Schachter.
Matt, remind us or me quickly, because this really does look like 76, 77 at this point. Having been here, you weren't, but
I was not.
What, how did we do in 77 for our needs, and how would that have flow met our needs today? You said something about that, sir.
So in 1977, if you look at the gauging station and what the watershed just out of Grizzly did release, because we have the actual flows going by the gauge, it released 4,500 acre feet of water. This last year, we used 2,400 acre feet of water. So it's approximately double. And that once again is not including No Name, which is half the size of Grizzly, but produces most of the water that we need.
And 2 years back to back?
What's that?
We'd be okay.
76 and 77 were both bad years.
Thank you.
And then we got a crazy snow in, I think 78 or 79.
78.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Councilor Smith.
Thank you. Matt, there's mention in your very thorough and nice kind of basic tutorial memo. Gives me what I need to know.
There's
Mention of a Grizzly Creek Reservoir. Would that be just an enhancement in the Grizzly to No Name transfer operation, or is that for some other purpose?
So in 1960, how do you say that reservoir? How do you just describe the reservoir right that we have?
Yeah, no, it's 10 o'clock at night.
It is.
So essentially we have a right that can be developed. We have to, when it was applied for back in the late 50s, it's about 20, I can't remember how many acre feet it is.
3,890.
3,890.
Rounded.
As a conditional water right. What that means is that every 6 years we have to apply to the water court with an application for due diligence, saying we're making reasonable steps towards developing that water right. I will be honest with you, from the period of 1960 to 2010, the water court didn't, the division engineer in the water court didn't look as closely. They weren't as focused on the changing climatic conditions that we have. And so the expectation on what you're doing to diligently implement that water right is a little bit higher now. Matt, over the last couple of cycles, has done a number of studies to examine that reservoir site. I can't remember the last time we updated council around it. It was one council ago, probably.
22, I think.
22. So getting closer, looking at some options on where we either at the current location or moving the location a little bit further down the stream. So that's been kind of, since Matt has come on board, one of our priorities is trying to determine whether or not that storage is feasible and what it's going to cost. As we know, there's probably 25% less water in the Colorado River Basin than there was at the time the compact was signed. And so projects like this are kind of critical. We continue to look at that. And I think this year we might be looking at some grant funding around that.
Yeah, the Bureau Rec has a small storage
fund
grant
yeah.
that this is kind of the last year that they have funding for. There may be more in the future. We may actually apply for it with just a small feasibility study that's required in February. If they accept us, then we would have to do a larger analysis by, I think, April or something to that effect. And they're willing to pay 25% up to 25 million.
I think so.
Something to that effect.
I know
a large cost.
Yeah. A couple of the trips out to DC, we've met with Bureau of Rec to talk about that. So, I mean, we feel like it's a feasible project and definitely something that we want to keep alive as we sort through this. And it's, like I said, a lot of kudos to Matt and his team for really digging in on it because that, reservoir projects are not easy. So,
right. Thank you for that procedure review. Sounds familiar, and that's very helpful. My companion question is, for what purpose? Is it the obvious basics that you would have a catchment for wet years that could then bridge into no name and into the water supply during dry years?
Yes. So once again, it's like if we have a fairly low snow year, that snow year would most likely yield enough water to fill the reservoir, and then we would be able to meter it out. Because some years you get a quick release, some years you get a slow release, some
Not just
years you
wet
get a
year.
late snowfall that releases again. You want to be able to control it a little bit. You still want the flush so that the aquatic life and the system still functions the way it should, but you want to be able to hold what you would like to be able to meter to yourself later, which is the whole point of a reservoir.
Using your existing water rights on grid.
Correct.
Thank you. Much smaller thing. A couple of years ago, the city implemented a landscaping conversion incentive program, turf replacement. Does that have an impact on your demand that you can measure?
It is so hard to measure the impact of 1,000 square feet and 1,000 square feet and 2,000 square feet. We know that there are many studies out there that say that 1 square foot of bluegrass will suck up 0.9 gallons to 1.5 gallons of water per square foot per week. So you can make calculations saying if I just removed 1,000 square feet, on the low end, this is how much water savings was occurring at that location. And then you have that for the remainder of the life of that property, unless they put grass back kind of thing. So we can calculate how much we're saving. But in a year where it may or may not rain, like last year, it was pretty hot. We hit 800 million gallons of water used last year. The year before that was 780. The year before that was 750. The year before that was 790. You can kind of watch the rain years and say it rained more. People didn't water as much. So it's a great program. CWCB has been promoting that program. We have grants to help supply for that fund, but we would have to have a very large system removed to probably see a major impact, but all the small impacts accumulate over time and they're good for the system.
Thank you.
Could I tell you exactly? Not year by year because of the changing temperature.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilor Schmal.
Matt, any idea how the city used $1 billion, 657 million gallons in 1982?
Crazy, isn't it? We have records from a long, long time ago, and that's why I put those in there. So everybody kind of looks at our peak at one time was 9.1 million gallons of water a day.
It's crazy.
We peaked at about 4.7 this year or whatever it was. So back then we didn't have meters. And I have stories from everybody back then of people just leaving the sprinklers on, automotive shops flushing their drains continuously. It was a flat rate associated with the water bills back in the day. So people just used whatever they wanted to use. They probably didn't have as good metering technology back then at the plant, so there might be a little variable in that. There might have been some more infiltration that we didn't know about then, but that's how much water basically the plant put out was 1.69 billion gallons of water, which is more than double than we used last year.
Incredible.
It is unbelievable. You start reading those old reports, you're like, this is insane. The plant isn't even allowed to operate at 9.1 million gallons of water. It's at 865.
So a couple of things in there that really surprised me when we rely on experts.
There's a lot of things in. That's why I put it in there. I want everybody to just kind of know what we have. If you want the reports, happy to share.
It's why I always encourage everybody to not rely on experts and to think through what they're telling you.
Yeah.
Population forecast and water usage was also way off.
Way off.
And it was a scientific forecast, I'm sure.
The reports are great. You read them, they're thought through.
Yeah.
They're just not right.
So if we don't do the reservoir, do we need to do more tanks?
Yeah, I think they address two separate issues. Like you would never be able to put in enough or big enough tanks really to address the seasonal timing issues that a reservoir gives you. And really, this is very much looking into the future 30 years from now, 40 years from now, as opposed to today. If we continue to see, we're seeing drought cycles that are closer together and more frequent. So in the absence of the reservoir, you could roll the dice a little bit and say you probably would be okay. We could look more heavily to try to obtain more storage in root eye. We could look for other reservoir sites. We could go in and potentially utilize, with the River District and some of their storage. So there are a number of those different options. I think something that, and I don't want to put words in Matt's mouth, but Matt has always been looking for kind of local solutions to some of these problems that we have control over, whether that's on the electric side or the water side or whatever it is. So I think from our standpoint, if we could afford to do 4,000-ish acre feet of storage that was ours to control, that would be the best system for us. There are some other options that we could certainly look at as far as that amount of storage.
And the plant doesn't care anymore whether the water's coming from the Roaring Fork or from No Name or Grizzly Creek. I thought there was a big difference in the treatment required for the water out of the fork.
So water out of the fork, depending on what time of day, what rain event, and how it is harder to treat. But the plant, as we changed it due to the Grizzly Creek fires, has the ability to handle that sediment load much more easily. So you can tell the difference, at least some people can. If we pump and use Roaring Fork water, people can tell there's a taste difference associated with it versus the Grizzly, but there's no difference of quality of water when it comes back out of the plant. If it's a heavy sediment day because it rained in Marble 12 hours before and we have to pump, because that's the decisions we make, is this water better than that water sometimes? Then the plant would use a few more chemicals to get that sediment to drop faster so that we can remove it with a vax. So the plant doesn't really care. We just have to change how the plant operates slightly based on the sediment loading of the particular water we're using. During the Grizzly Creek fires, you may have not known this, but we would change water supply sometimes 5 or 6 times a day. It would come out of No Name and then we would stop because No Name would have a problem. So we would pump and then we would stop pumping and then we would go back to, we would switch back and forth, which was very stressful on the plant operators because of that exact same situation. All of a sudden, I've got 3,000 feet of pipe that which water is in there. You have to watch it as it's coming in and make changes to the plant. Nowadays, they've got it down to a science, literally. But yes, Roaring Fork is harder to treat sometimes. I would not want to do Colorado River water. Maybe one day.
And my comment about a map, it just makes it easier to try to visualize all of the information you're giving in here.
I know. And last time we did this was a work session, and I think it was an hour and a half or 2 hours, and we literally flew around in Google Earth and said, this is where this is, this is where this is how it transfers through. If you try to do it in one map, you can't really decipher what I'm trying to tell you. So it's a little easier to blow it up, but I'm happy to try to put one together based off of that if you would like to see
even if it was a cartoon kind of sketch.
Sure.
Yeah.
I could have Ben work on that. He loves GIS maps.
Thanks.
I could ask.
Oh, great. Any other questions?
I just wanted to say that the 1977 season was the Broncos' first Super Bowl appearance. So that speaks well to this season.
Thanks, Ryan.
Speaks well for this season.
Ryan. All right. Well, thank you, Matt.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we're through. So, council comments. Council Townsley, Council Schmall, Mayor Pro Tem Selinsky, Councilor Smith.
Thank you. Had some exciting, what I consider to be exciting conversations with city staff, with the housing board, with planning and zoning about clarifying any differences and eliminating differences if there are between building code requirements for multifamily housing, whether that's intended for sale or for rent. I'm on kind of a hopeful mission to eliminate any differences so that housing units like those can be flexible. got some great updated information. We kind of be focusing down on a few particular details, more to come from all of those advisors. A few weeks ago or last year, the council learned some confidential information about the Southbridge project in the context of permitting procedures and legal situations. There was kind of some we'll go see what happens next, things in that session. So without being specific, not being in such a session, when and how will we learn more on those?
Potentially at the next council meeting, we may have an exec session on where we're at.
Thank you. As we anticipate, or at least as we hear rumors of some potential significant redevelopment at Midtown, I am watching for ways that we should prepare for what we want that Midtown section to look like. City Market, Center Drug, high school, that whole conglomeration of odd, dangerous movements now and what new development might do to that. So I'm hoping that we can be really creative and start to think early. One of the kind of startling ideas that I've come across is the potential for a municipal ordinance or code change, whichever it is, to prohibit the permitting of additional gas filling stations. Following in the radical heels of places like Lafayette, Lakewood, Littleton, Louisville. I'd like us to look at that possibility. I've mentioned it to staff and want to see all the ramifications that might have, including the hopeful ramification that it would simplify the traffic patterns there and not make them worse. And finally, there's no snow on the ground that I can see around town. On the forested uplands, there's essentially no snow except for a few pockets on the north-facing sides. Do we feel that the fairly new city emergency response and evacuation plan is ready for a summer like we think we're going to have? Fire chief's not here, but
yeah, I can't answer. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I was just having the same thought. I don't know why not, but I mean, I'd have to look into it a little bit more. I mean, I think that's a fair question. I don't know why we wouldn't be just fine.
I assume it was made for some very bad scenarios, if whatever you call worst case, but we're in one of those, I think. So it'd be good to know how we're doing in that regard. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Councilor Schachter. Councilor Weimer. Excellent. And my question was asked about the Southbridge. I'm hoping to have an executive session on February 5th. So, city manager, Steve, what do you got?
Nothing. Thanks.
Okay. City attorney, Carl.
45-minute presentation. No.
Absolutely. At least two.
At least two different subjects, each one 45 minutes. No, I'm good. Thanks.
You good? Ryan, any correspondence?
Nope.
Excellent. I want to go back to my comment. I want to point out that next meeting, we're meeting at 7:30 in the morning at the Hotel Colorado for whatever Steve has prepared for us. So yeah, just a quick reminder. Social event announcement. I'm going to scratch that off the agenda because it's too late to have any fun tonight. So I'm entertaining a motion to adjourn. Oh, wait, hang on, Councilor Schmall.
Sorry, Steve, I really was looking forward to the update on the air quality monitor downtown.
Yeah, sorry, I thought that emailed that to you, but I may have emailed that I would give a quick update on that. Yeah, we got a group together. CMC is going to put a unit on their roof. We're going to start with that one. We'll probably put others in town. We're coordinating with the county right now as well. So we'll know a little bit more, but I think that they said they'd get that one up by the end of next week.
Who on top of CMC? Thank you.
Thank you. Entertaining.
We'll have access to it.
Entertaining a motion to adjourn.
So moved.